Good day, good afternoon, good evening, everyone. This is Viper of Viperland, and I am back here. Ooh, hey, Sore, Rip Sore. I'm back here in Phoenix, right? We're rising from the ashes once again. It is a long case. I was warned ahead of time it's a long case. It is. So, we're still here. And yeah, also, how's it going, Sore? Welcome to Viperland in the chat. I believe our next move was to actually go into... No. Thought our next move was to go into here. We were definitely still investigating stuff and looking for answers. I thought we were going in there. But if that's not the case, then... Come on back here. I guess we're at the go to everywhere and rub something on something until something happens stage of things. Let's see. Well, where should we begin? Oh, isn't it obvious? We should begin with that, you know, that thing. Mystery of the victim, I guess. How could one man, Detective Goodman, be killed in two places simultaneously? Oh, well, you see, we should go to the police department. The evidence room, was it? I'm not being very useful here, am I? Oh no, you're being very... Or Mr. Edgeworth. I know you're going through a tough time, Worthy. What with all those rumors? You've been in the defendant's chair just this past December. Yeah, we remember, I assure you. What's that business with him not reading that officer's report? About the killing at the police department, right? Chief of police was right about that. But I can't help but think. Someone at the police department doesn't like Edgeworth. One lawyer. Only sometimes. So I'm pretty sure it's never something here. Got that? Officer Marshall in a good mood. I'm blood.
It's ramen.
I'll say ramen. Welcome to Viperland in the chat. Pretty sure we've done everything from him. Still gonna try to present him with stuff. Let's see. Take a look at this. Don't know what it is. Yep. Yep. I'm scared of knives, sir. It's okay. Just wanted you to cool hit it. That's it, sir. Last night, sir. That's the one. It was an apple, sir, in my dream, sir, and I was being peeled. Second thought, you don't have to look at the knife. He's reacting to the knife, but I guess he's been through a lot. Alright. Ooh. Are you holding a steak lunch? Don't worry about it. It's the same day. Take a look at this. Yep, don't know. Also, hey Mitz as well. How you doing today? Welcome, welcome. We've talked to her already. Yep. Oh, we actually... About as red as the sports car can get. Yep, it's pretty red, alright. Body was found in Edgeworth's car trunk, and the lock on the trunk was broken, too. So the question is, why did Miss Sky choose his car? What model car is it? I think it was called a sedan or a coupe, something like that. Those are car types, Mr. Wright, not models. You're a guy, aren't you, Mr. Wright? You're supposed to know these things. It's about time I got my driver's license. Nah, unimportant. He belongs to here. So, Miss Starr climbed over this fence. It seems so, yeah. The fence is 9 feet high, at least. Oh, no time like the present. I think I'll give it a little try. Yeah, expected that. Oh man, sorry. Ugh. Ugh. Stupid stomach things, especially on a weekend, no less. It's okay, don't cry. Maybe there's a Lunchland Olympics team? Kind of assumed anything else over here wasn't important. A block, yeah, reserved for prosecutors. Speed block, yep, did this one already. So we found that note! 221 SO9, the SO9 incident. The case that was due for transferal the day of the murder. The detective in charge of the case was the victim. What kind of case this SO9 incident thing was? Kind of hard to guess just knowing the case number. Next rope, is it? Yep, they laid out the outline of the victim's body. Yeah, we saw this one too. So I think we got all the info here. Did detention. Did we go back here? No, okay, there you go. Constantly trying to... It seems that way, don't it? Gotta love just getting older. Well, this place is as classy today as it was yesterday. I'd be kind of shocked if it declassified overnight. I'm sure it'd still be just as classy tomorrow, Emma. Incidentally, Edgeworth's not here. I'm sure he's off doing important investigations. I hope that's what he's doing. Guess we'll have to come back. Alright, well, cool. Not here. Kind of figured that was... Alright, well... We were just at the police department. Pretty sure we went to criminal affairs. Oh, maybe not. Hey, Mr. Wright, look who's standing at the chief of detectives desk. It's Police Chief Gant. And you're sure this is all? You know what it means if there's anything missing. Sir, I'm sure it's most likely totally perfect. We checked all the drawings under the seat cushion behind his computer monitor, inside his personal coffee machine. I see. Well, if anything does turn up, you call me right away. Deal? Yes, sir. We'll scour this place again, sir. I've used enough bits here. Oh, okay. You also did capitalize the first one, and it should be lowercase v. Yeah, quite a handful of bit emotes, just because there's a lot of slots there. Chief of Detectives looks a little flustered. Ah, righto, my boy. How you been? Swim much? Oh ho ho, Chief Gant reporting for duty, sir. Why are you saluting him, Mr. Wright? Well, found the person to talk to. Is Edgeworth going to be okay? Well, Worthy? Oh, you know, they're doing a little inquiry committee with him. Sounds like an inquisition. Yeah, well, they've had no end of trouble with the boys since last year. You mean the incident at Gourd Lake? Doesn't look good having a top prosecutor sit in the defendant's seat, does it? And you, but doesn't look good having somebody framed for murder. Yeah, I'm sure it was really Edgeworth's fault that he was framed for murder. Doesn't look good. Top prosecutor in the defense was framed for murder. That wasn't his. And you got something else. You got someone else found guilty in that case, right, Righto? On Karma. Legend he was, undefeated in his 40-year career. In court, you fixed it so he was caught for forging evidence. I didn't fix it. He killed a man that did forge evidence and then set up for another man to be. He was super guilty. Like, he was super guilty. Wait, I didn't do anything wrong. He did forge evidence. In any case, the prosecutor's office is in a bit of a turmoil, you might say. Why, they do just about anything to restore their reputation. Now, depending on what that inquiry committee decides, it could be bad for Worthy. What? Wow. Way to just tell us that they're going to throw him under the bus. Just straight up like, oh yeah, we're going to fire him. It's downright odd, I tell you. The detective getting killed on their turf, too, I mean. There being the prosecutors, I assume. Scientifically speaking, it's impossible. Yes, but that's what the evidence is saying. Goodman was stabbed in 2 locations at the same time. That's what it says. What evidence is this? No, Righto, I can't give away all our secrets just like that. And in this particular, well, it's a little sensitive, and I can't talk about it. Yeah, sure. Yeah, sure, okay. Wasn't expecting much anyway. You know, one thing I hate most of all is hiding stuff. Secrets, can't stand them. But you know, it's a full-time job just keeping the chief of detectives trapped shut. Ah, he was the one you were picking on earlier. Ah, you saw that. Whoops. Wonder what it was that he wanted the chief of detectives to do. Let's see if we can kind of discreetly ask him. This now. Yep. Alright, so kind of just using everything, even if I'm pretty sure it's not going to have, let's just say, like the steak lunch. Honestly, I expected something from the knife. Nope. Crime photo. Nope. Nothing. He was burned into your brain. Really? Alright. I didn't think autopsy report was gonna be... Honestly, I doubt any of this, but like... I gotta do it. In case I missed something. Ah, crap. We're on the ticket? Maybe he'll actually say something useful and I'll just be skipping over it, but doubt it. Yeah, nothing. Absolutely good for nothing. Alright. Attorney's badge? Nope. Well, bye. Let's hit that, guard station? He's still not here? What do we have to do to get him to be here? What else to talk about? I doubt there's anything else to examine here. Sorry to see that. What exactly did the chief of police want you to do? Well, see over there? That's Goodman's desk. He wanted me to check it for anything that might be a clue. He took away every last piece of garbage in the trash can. So, nothing belonging to Detective Goodman is still here? Of course not. Well, except for this. What? You kept something? Sure, why not? It's not important. He didn't even finish writing it. It's a lost item report, but it's only half complete. Lost item? Did Detective Goodman lose something? The date on it is February 21st. Better make a note of that, just in case. Oh, wow. Dated 2/21. Can only be submitted to the chief of police. They're going to get back to investigating the police department crime scene. Okay. That's what I wanted to do to begin with, but... It's in there, but I can't get in there. I doubt there's anything else. Detective's desks. Detective. I know. The killer used a cassette tape. What a crafty trick. That gunshot was fake. Good, no one will expect a cassette tape in this day and age. He's not writing a report, he's writing a novel. Yep. Already went for Blue Badger. So we're good here too. Oh. Aha! Nope! Okay. Oh. Actually, I was wondering if I could ask you a favor. Well, I never thought the day would come when Wright would ask me for help. I was wondering if we could investigate the evidence room. He's gonna stare me down for a minute. Now, Righto. Actually, I'm sorry. I don't need to investigate after all. Righto, please. Do I look like a selfish man? Huh? If anyone asked me, sir, can I borrow $50? I'd give them $50, no problem. So go ahead, investigate that room to your heart's content. Knock yourself out. Supposed to show, you never know until you ask. And for you, here, you can borrow this. Hey, this is a detective's ID card, isn't it? Yeah, my lawyer fees, I mean, does Phoenix actually ever charge any? Does Phoenix ever actually make money? I won't know, but also, hey Birdie, how's it going? Welcome to Viperland in the chat. Hope your weekend's going well. Special card for guests, so don't lose it. Hey, yes, sir, it's an honor.
Can I borrow $50?
You just run along and do your best now. Later, folks. Wow, he didn't give you $50. Shame. Looks pretty cool on my lapel, doesn't it? Just think, a real ID. You seem happy? Yes, sir, because, sir, we get to go to the evidence room now, sir. This place is a bad influence on the girl. Alright, get the hell out of here. Go to the actual scene of the murder? Do we have to... Evidence room's behind this door. We have the ID card from Chief yeah. Let's just walk in. won't open. Ah, the card reader is turned off, see? What is that security guard thinking? Howdy, partners. Well, well, what's made my Bambina skies so gray? This guy. Against a fake, clearly. Officer Marshall! Why does it have to be him? What's that? Why does it have to be him? Look, I swear every single human being can read the blue text box. Oh, shining polish. Showing off the pin. Ah, true, you're right. Very important. Yeah, I'm not surprised he spends a ton of money. I'm just wondering where he even makes any. As you may have surmised, this here's my saloon. We're here to investigate the crime scene. Yeehaw! That card you got there in your chest. That's better than a sheriff's badge in these parts. Yeehaw! Well, what you standing there for? Get along, little doggies. The crime scene's awaiting. Looks like the card reader's on again. Over here, I was wondering if we could ask you some questions. Sorry, cowboy, but I got no mind to tangle with you hombres. You're busy, then? Did you say that? I only said I didn't wish to speak with you. Actually, you said you had no mind to tangle with us hombres. Well, thankfully, we've got a steak lunch for you. Maybe now you actually listen. Back. Jeez. Ooh, sorry to hear that. Yeah, kind of important to have power. Kind of nice. Ah, okay, so he does get paid. Yeah, power kind of needed. That smell reminds me of Texas. Oh my god. So, Officer Marshall, you're from Texas. No, I'm pretty sure he's not. I mean, he's never mentioned anything like that, so like... Wait. He's actually... Oh my god, he's actually not. No, I just saw a special on television the other day. Is this for my baby? Oh my god. Yeah, Miss Star. What's this? What's wrong? Filet steak lunch. I see. I don't see. I wonder what it means. Steak lunch given to Officer Marshall. I can't... So, he's a wannabe cowboy. The same way that Chips Enough is wannabe Japanese. It's the same thing. Alright, Bambino, you win. Ask anything. Finally, it seems like he's willing to talk. With his mouth full, apparently. It's just like... Officer Marshall, you're in charge of security for the evidence room, right? You got good eyes, partner. It's an easy job, and I'm grateful for it. Actually, Officer Meekins at the Detective Center told us, that poor little doggy, poor guy keep getting his name wrong and calling him Meekly, told us something. He said that when the stabbing occurred, you weren't at your station. Well, maybe I shouldn't be telling you this, but since I got demoted from detective 2 years ago, well, might not look it, I lost my fire for the job, you know? Yeah, apparently it's all in that flask. So, what were you doing around 5:15 when the murder took place? Well, reckon I was galloping down the highway on the back of my steed, Zippy. Note, he was riding down the highway on his horse named Zippy. He definitely does not have a horse, right? No need for people to hear it anyhow. These newfangled machines do a bang-up job of keeping an eye on the place. You mean the security camera system? I don't take to machines much. Kinda like that stewed broccoli they sneak in next to your steak, you know? Got a horse? You got me there. Miss Starr told us something. She said that you were a detective until 2 years ago. Also, you told us that like a second ago. It's always my dream to be a rawhide wrangler on the scene of the crime. It's all gone now. A drinking hole in a prairie fire. Still investigating the SO9 incident with Miss Starr, aren't you? It's my case. It's all solved on the record books, but it smells like a bad game of poker. Can't let it go. That's all there is to it. What kind of case was it anyhow? I've heard the name so many times, but no one tells us what actually happened. There's some things you're better off not knowing, Bambina. Anyway, that case is officially dead as of 2 days ago. 2 days ago? The day of our case? That's right. Evidence transfers. Nicholas was talking about the transfers too. I know maybe 2 of the machines in here too. Yeah, that does not surprise me. Only 2 of them? There must be dozens. Like I said, been being a me and machines, well, I like them about as much as I like stewed cauliflower with my steak. Didn't you say broccoli last time? Easiest ones to understand are these here security cameras. These are the ones that Officer Meekins mentioned. Nothing happens, the tapes are automatically erased every few hours. What? Not like a day? Not a week? Every few hours? Oh. Good to know that he's never here to notice whether something happens or not, too. Like... some top-tier security at, like, the police station. Officer Meekins and Detective Goodman. Are they on one of those tapes? Reckon they might be. You're the security guard, and you reckon? One more thing. When you go into the evidence room, you need an ID card. Thus, the card reader by the door. The card reader leaves a record of every ID card that passes through. This is an ID card record. Hey, I've seen that somewhere before. Sorry, Bambina, can't show you more than that. Huh? Haven't heard whether this is related to the case yet. Mr. Wright, I saw a number on that record just now. I've seen that number before. Is there some way I can prove that record is tied to this stabbing? Yeah. Sorry, but can you explain what this whole transferal thing is about? We keep only evidence from solved cases in this room. They're kept here under the presiding detective's supervision for 2 years, so we can reinvestigate them if it turns out there was a mistake, see? So, what happens to the evidence after 2 years? It goes to sleep forever in the underground vault at the country sheriff's department. That's what we call transferal. We do it every February. See now. Transferal is like a funeral for old cases. 2 years after case is solved, it's closed, forever, dead. Never to be reopened again, never to be reinvestigated. And that happened to SL9 2 days ago. See this? This is the victim's ID card. The one that was on the ground in the parking lot. The number on this is 5842189. So Marshall, show us that ID card record again. Oh, there you go. Look, the 4th number, it's a perfect match. It was used at 5:14, right before the stabbing. What's more, there's only one of them cards in the world. So, when the incident occurred, Detective Goodman was in the evidence room. Oh wait, what did Officer Meekins say? He entered the evidence room and asked the man to display his ID card. So he asked Detective Goodman to show his ID card. What did he do? That's the thing, suddenly he pointed a knife at me. Man, I don't look forward to more Meekins. He had his ID card then. Why would he have pointed a knife at Officer Meekins? Alright, compadre, you win. Guess I can give you this ID card record. ID card record. Added to the court. Got an idea. Maybe I should show this list to other people with IDs here. Alright. Or, maybe we should finally go in the evidence room. Evidence room. It's quiet. The investigation must be over here. This is the evidence room. Really, it's kind of like a graveyard. Graveyards are supposed to have grass and trees. This feels more like a morgue. Nice try, Mr. Wright. You can't scare me. Uh-huh. Oh. Eee! Wow! Well, I like to think that they both scared each other so bad they like ran into opposite walls and just passed out. So, sorry, I thought you were a ghost. Wouldn't recommend going around smacking ghosts in the head, pal. So it's true what I heard? Birdo, please, do I look like a selfish man? Heck, if anyone asked me, sir, could I borrow $50, I'd give them $50, no problem. So go ahead, investigate that room to your heart's desire, knock yourself out. Yeah, it's true. The chief of police, Gant, will loan anyone $50, even me! Oh, so that's what you were talking about. Actually, I was putting in charge of the investigation for today. Just for today. Boss for a day. But guess what? You got permission from the chief. So now you're a boss for a day. Hey, thanks. First of all, you want to have this. Evidence from floor plans. Scene of the stabbing of the detective at the PD. Squeaky shoes for Cat's voice. Clearly. Also, hey OT, how's it going? Welcome to Viperland in the chat. Let's see. First of all, obviously, Detective, here's my attorney's badge. Show it to me every time we meet, pal. Real men show their police badge. Wish I had a badge. You have an ID card right now. Currently have one. You take a look at this. This is the ID card record of the people who came in here the day of the stabbing. Ah, here are the rumors. So it wasn't. Whoa! What is it? That second number. Not your ID number, is it, Detective Gumshoe? Mr. Edgeworth. What? Second number on this list belongs to Mr. Edgeworth. What? Alright. The card record updated in the court record. Why would Edgeworth have come to the evidence room? For transferal? Alright. I don't know if this will work. Yeah. Fun. Goodness knows. Nope, switchblade knife, Edgeworth, SL9. Yeah, we've seen this one. And I think we're good for showing them stuff. So, Detective Gumshoe, your boss for the day. That's right. It's an honor. After all, the murder took place right here in the police department. But you're a boss. Why are you all alone? Where are your underlings? Using yesterday's findings to prepare for tomorrow's trial. In other words, he got kicked out of the investigation. Again. I'm adamant, though. I'm going to take control, put this case to rest. In my own evidence locker, pal. You have a locker in here too, Detective Gumshoe? Yeah, of course. I'm a detective, after all. It could be a locker that only I can open, pal. Only you can open? Always believe in Mr. Edgeworth, no matter what happens. So, Mr. Edgeworth is with the inquiry committee now, right? Trying to figure out who's responsible for the mess up in court today. Let's see. Guess this is what you call fate. No, this is definitely the entire police department hating on him again. I mean, except Gumshoe. Mr. Edgeworth just can't get away from that case. Case? Yeah, that case. The SL9 incident, of course. That was the beginning of the end for Mr. Edgeworth. Maybe we can get him to tell us more about the case. This place is more high-tech than you might think. The locker is fixed so that only one detective can open it. Using their ID card? Well, that's the thing, pal. ID cards can be lost. Why, I'm on my third card since entering the force already. A couple of times someone's strong enough, hard-headed enough to open it. I would believe that. Sounds like a lot. Yeah, but even I can't lose my own right hand. Right hand? Oh, you mean your fingerprint? Exactly, pal. The lock for each locker is coated with a fingerprint. I like to think that he just nonchalantly, just like Mr. Fantastic's his arm across, like stretches it out, pushes it, stretches it back, and it's never called attention to. So the only locker we can open is our own. Funny, they look like normal lockers. These are the latest model. There's a trick to the handles, see? Handles? On the other side of the handles is a sensor, and if the wrong person touches it, zzz, you get a shock. If that's what happened, my hand would be black and smoking every time. In any case, the locks aren't that obvious. Star Trek? We'll check it later if I can, but I can't tab out of this. It'll shrink it. Get some people in the force that don't know about the fingerprint locks. This locker added to the court record. When you sign detector prints when the locker indicator lamp light up when it's open. Alright. That was a bloody violent case. Violent? So it was a murder? Serial killing. Serial killing? Maybe I don't want to get involved in this after all. Old cues, gas. Oh, okay, gotcha. But the killer made a mistake, and Mr. Edgeworth built his case around that to nab him. This was 2 years ago. Put Mr. Edgeworth right in the spotlight and started the rumor mill. Got forged evidence? It's supposed to be all cleaned up with the transferal the other day. It's the last job he ever did. Detective Goodman, that is. Huh? What do you mean? Detective Goodman was the detective in charge of the SL9 incident, see? Oh, so that switchblade knife. The victim took the knife out of evidence locker himself. Oh, let's what we got around here, I guess. Wow! Look at this big pile of junk in the corner. Looks like a car door. There's a pair of handcuffs attached to the frame. The guy they caught was some sort of escape artist and got away. Yeah, it's one of those human profiles for range testing. And shot square on the forehead. Better him than us. Yeah. Something's sticking out of here. It's like a shirt. Guess it must be evidence for some case. Wonder if Detective Gumshoe put this here. There you go, pal, making me out to be some kind of slob. Not responsible for this evidence here. That said, bet that evidence locker was opened recently. How do you know? You leave things hanging out like that, the evidence gets dirty or ripped. Or it checks on that kind of stuff and notifies the detective responsible. How many times have I had him breathing down my neck about some silly evidence? So Detective Gumshoe leaves evidence hanging out a lot too. But he doesn't tuck in his shirt under that trench coat either. Don't talk behind someone's back. Don't do it right in front of them, pal. Ooh. This is stuffed with evidence, stuffed with dreams. Not so sure about the dreams. Won't open. Did you really think it would? Pal, security is high tech around here. Got it. It's not gonna open. It's fine. Some sort of bulky equipment is gathering dust here. What a sorry looking fishing pole that is. Ah, that's my personal pole. Never did get around to using it. Wait, I've seen that somewhere before. Al, that's the metal detector. The one that led to solving that case out in Gore Lake, remember? Alright. Wow, that feels like it was ages ago. And, I don't think I've seen this one before. That's a bug sweeper. It'll come in handy solving some case sooner or later. That cheap looking box? You can't judge a person or a machine by their cover, you gotta look at their heart. Okay. Calm yourself. What is this? Blood? It's a little worn, but there's definitely a handprint here. Looks like someone tried to wipe it off. Mr. Wright, what if there are other bloodstains left in the room? We should use her testing fluid to check it out. Okay. It's time to spray everything! How do we actually... Someone used a marker to write their name on this. MS Guy, don't tell me you bring this with you everywhere you go. Well, you never know where something might go down. What in the world do you think we live in? How do you use it? What's... yeah, it's... Maybe we have to present it? Nope. Everyone prepared for the world clearly. What is a saw and paint doing here? Since the dawn of time, true art has always been a war against oppression. True art? I noticed that there's blue and yellow paint here. Perhaps we're witnessing the birthplace of the Blue Badger? Well, you might say this is my studio. Here? Evidence room? Someone left a glove here, but only one. Detective Gumshoe, maybe? There you go, pal, making me out to be some kind of absent-minded detective. That's evidence from the case, you know? I mean, SO9 does have a tag on it. Rubber glove added to the court record. Wow, someone must have broken something big to make all these pieces. Detective Gumshoe, perhaps? There you go, pal, making me out to be some kind of hooligan. That's apparent from the case. That's apparently from the case. The case. SO9 incident, pal. See the sticker on one of the pieces here? No. Another piece of SO9 evidence. Obviously take a closer look. Look what shape these pieces were in before whatever it was broke. You want to try to put it back together? Good luck, pal. That's no job for amateurs. Why, I spent a good 3 hours on that before I had to give up. That's why I always carry around a tube of glue. Well, this piece looks like the bottom. Let's try putting the rest in place. Oh, we're doing this. Okay. Okay. Alright, alright. Really? Okay. Definitely not. None of the sides look straight enough for that. Except that one, which says it's not it. Look at the bottom side. I was looking at the left-hand side of it. Maybe I'll pay more attention to the bottom. Let's see if there's something that fits that. Looks like it could fit the bottom, but... Oh, well, that works. No, definitely wasn't. But here we are. Jigsawing. Go. Getting some of it done. I can barely even see what's up there. I don't think there's a way to rotate the... Right. Alright. I mean, it's missing a piece, but a fairly hefty piece. Huh? Well, I think we did it, but some of the pieces are missing. I got that far too, in 2 minutes myself. The problem is finishing it. Were some pieces stolen? But they were missing to begin with. Still, it doesn't look like the most stable kind of jar. I don't understand how it got broken. Jar pieced back together from fragments found at the crime scene. The piece is missing. Okay. Okay. Just made to break, yeah, Clearly. It was a breakaway thing. Look, this one's open, and the red indicator light above the door is lit. The locker is coated with Detective Goodman's fingerprint. Detective Goodman's locker? Are you sure it's okay to leave it open like that? Well, it'd be hard to get it open again if we closed it. It's empty. They must have taken the contents elsewhere. Piece together makes a jar. 2 things that bother me. 1. Why are some of the pieces missing? 2. Doesn't it seem a little unstable? No wonder it broke. We should remember that next time we make a jar. Right? I did want to spray some of the stuff, but I guess I don't know how to prompt that. Who's here? Options, yeah, it just goes there. That's not it. Why is spray? Never mind. Oop. Well, seems to be a handprint here too. Why am I getting a reaction here? There's no reason for the murderer to touch this spot if he fled out the door. This just might be something significant. Hey, Some pretty amazing stuff you got there, pal. What, this? It's called luminol testing fluid. Where'd you get your hands on that? Huh? I'd like to get some too. Let's just borrow $50 from the chief. Where do you get this, Emma? I just buy it by mail order. Oh, better get that. Yeah, better jot this down on the floor plans. Yeah, a detective who's never seen luminol fluid. The way to test for blood, you know. Sure, it's fine. Sure, that'll be perfectly fine. Just a little bit of blood at the crime scene. That must have been one massive pool of blood. Never seen anything like it. I'm not a professional. What's your opinion, detective? Pale blue blood. Maybe Detective Goodman was actually an alien. This proves that something really happened in front of this locker. I'll make a note of it in the floor plans. Hey, if you don't want my opinion, you shouldn't have asked. Didn't know your opinion was going to be... Alright, so that's what we knew about, but still. So it is blood, not paint, though. Knew it! This is someone's right handprint. What? What's the matter, detective? This locker, it's mine! It's yours. Please, you have to help me when they come to take me away. Promise you'll testify that I wouldn't harm a fly. You do that for me, won't you, pals? This is an important clue. I'll jot it down on the floor plans. Count on you guys. Believe me, you can't trust the police. What? But you're a detective. Hey, pal, look at the time. Was there something you needed to be going to? Just that Mr. Edgeworth's inquiry committee should be letting out soon. I'm going to give them my report for the day. What is that report? It might help, you know? Report? You mean the note written on the back of that flyer? One that says nothing but no problems. Hey, it's Mr. Edgeworth we're talking about. I'm sure he can use a report like this. I believe in him. It means enemies when we got friends like Detective Gumshoe. I'm off, pal. Later. Should probably see what Edgeworth has to say, too. Alright, so that's probably the game's way of saying, yeah, you found the stuff here. Get out. No. No. Nope. Sorry, bye. Prosecutor's office. Oh! Guess, my apologies. Oh, it's you. Have we met somewhere before? Huh? Mr. Edgeworth, I beg your leave so long. Is Edgeworth here? There, standing by the window, a teacup in his hand. He returns. Great. Yes, the hotel bring him tea service? Mr. Edgeworth, you're back from the district prosecutor's inquiry office. I am. By the way, Detective Gumshoe is looking for you. Sorry, wrong voice. Ah, yes, he brought me the latest information, it seems. Really? Was it helpful? Apparently, a new French restaurant is opening near here. I think he was trying to console me, somehow. The real info's on the other side, Edgeworth. Poor Mr. Edgeworth. I think this whole thing is really taking a toll on him. Well. So, how did the inquiry committee go? Actually, they decided to treat this not as a case of concealing evidence. It's a communications error during the investigation. Concealing evidence? Yes, apparently there are some who believe that I concealed evidence. They gave me a warning. You're lucky this time. Again? Let them say that so many times. Ever since that case 2 years ago. Jeez. Are you okay for the trial tomorrow? Well, I'm still the presiding prosecuting attorney. However, something happened? They gave control of the investigation over to the police department. Wow. That seems really self-serving. Almost as if they would benefit. The police department? Yes, and any further investigation for this case will be directed by the chief of police, Gant. Do nothing but wait for his results. Every time I see it, I have to resist the urge to say Garnt, and then I just imagine, you know, Gigic, chief of police. I see. Why, I ask you, why? All along, I've done only what I believe is right. I have nothing to be ashamed of. Still, Wow, never seen him this out of sorts. There's gotta be something we can show him. How about the base? Please, I'm the prosecutor in this case. You don't expect me to sit here and discuss the case with you over a cup of tea. Less than tea, just tell me about the case. Mr. Wright, Mr. Edgeworth just told you no in a very polite manner. What side are you on anyway? And just show him my best evidence. I can get some reaction out of him. Best evidence. Just show him everything. Go down the line. Yep, not that one. Yep, not the evidence room. A dude? Oh, right. Better check this now. As I was saying, What's this? A record of ID card usage. Edgeworth, you went into the evidence room that day, didn't you? Just before the incident occurred, no less. Yes, that's true. Why? Mr. Edgeworth, please don't look at me like that. It's asked to go. The chief guard, no less. Chief of police. It's almost like he really wanted to set people up, specifically Edgeworth. He wanted evidence for a case that wrapped up half a year ago. Told me you wanted me to keep it in here in the prosecutor's office. But it was solved, right? It would have to be if the evidence was already filed. The chief is never one to explain himself. In any case, on the day of the stabbings, I brought this back here. That's what kind of case it was? I can't say. It really has nothing to do with the current case. Now I'm curious about this other case. I'd better make a note of it. Evidence from a past case of Edgeworth's, brought back to his office by Gant's request. Stubborn as always, I told you this has nothing to do with the current case. Yeah, but it's in the court record now, so it absolutely does. Yep, right here. Luminol! No. Oh, I didn't think he'd actually... I thought... well... You probably got a hold of some information already, right? It has to do with that case you were on, the SL9 incident. Some dark suspicion you were wrapped up in. You are the man who revived the worst memory of my life. Oh, screw you. It was Von Karma who did it by setting you up for murder. Shut up, Edgeworth. Figured I'd be telling you about this sooner or later. Must be talking about his father's murder in that elevator. Okay, Edgeworth, why don't you tell me about it? Tell me the truth. Okay, so that's... we got something actually out of him. Let's go down this case, and I gotta just make sure that's what he says. Okay. Pretty sure anything older than that wouldn't have anything new to say. Head out for a bit? Alright, no worries. It's all good. The SL9 incident was a heinous serial killing case. The head of the investigation was the deputy chief of police at the time, Damon Gant. The wacky old coot was involved in the case 2 years ago too, then? He was a top officer, and it was my first time working with him. I was nervous. Wow, you got nervous too, Mr. Edgeworth? Why am I so full of yawns tonight? No idea. Once again, slept plenty good. I always do on the weekends. What I want to know is why was the deputy chief of police on the investigation? In truth, I used slightly more extreme methods than normal. We were dealing with a vicious murderer. If I let him go, the blood would be on my hands. We won our guilty verdict and the killer was executed. Wait, you didn't... Of course not. I didn't touch the evidence. Yes, I will do anything in my power to win a trial. I do have a code, and I follow it faithfully. By the way, Emma, the chief prosecutor wanted to know something. My sister? What? You were still studying forensic science. Huh? Yes, of course. Why, just today Mr. Wright and I were using this. Luminol testing fluid. Well then, you might have used for this. Aluminum powder for taking fingerprints. It's been chemically treated for better adhesion. For me? Are you sure? We are the enemy, you know. You don't say in today's investigation. Do as you will. Edgeworth, I'm really... You need to thank me. Here, take your powder and these fingerprint files for everyone involved. Thanks? How about giving me these to Detective Gumshoe as well? Purpose fingerprints from handprints for comparison with fingerprint file. Well, let's get going. One last investigation. Right. You seem to remember seeing a suspicious handprint somewhere. Yeah, or two. Man, we can rotate stuff in 3D. We got fingerprints. Oh boy. This case going hard. Got everything. Yep, well, she left. Guard station. Evidence room. Our investigation turned up a suspicious handprint. Here, in this blood in the detective's evidence locker. Let's use the secret weapon we just borrowed. Right, let's get started. First, choose the finger. Finger. Each finger leaves behind a slightly different imprint. So let's choose the finger that we'll have left behind the clearest print. I really can't tell the difference at a glance. Quit procrastinating and choose a finger! I mean, that's probably the clearest print. The thumb's kind of like side on. Instead of like... Unless they somehow did like that, but like here? Nah. Gotta be index finger. Okay, now it's time to check for prints. Yeah. Let me show you how it's done. I'm starting to get that sparkle in our eyes. First, we sprinkle the aluminum powder around. Huh? How do you do that? With enter, see? Ah, looks like that did the trick. The aluminum powder adheres completely to the print. Once the powder is well spread, just blow away the excess. Huh? How do I do that? With ease. I'm using a controller. Imagine you're blowing out the candles on a birthday cake, see? Wow, that looks like fun. Might take some getting used to that. It's fine, I won't go up your nose or anything. You just pour the powder on thick and blow away the extra. Those are the basics of fingerprinting, Mr. Wright. So I better give it a try. Alright. Dust. Okay. We have to make sure that no fingerprint gets away, right? It's very important that no fingerprint gets away from us. Also, I want to see if it'll let me just make the entire screen white. I just want to see if it'll let me make the entire screen white, and I wish I had a turbo controller right now. It won't quite reach the bottom section, will it? Definitely wish I had a turbo controller right now. It's fine. Can I hold it down? No, that doesn't work. I mean, I'm sure we've got a second jar, right? They're not showing me, like... They're not showing me that we have a limit. It's fine. It's like using all her luminol. Don't worry about it. She orders it on Amazon. It's okay. Alright. Almost there. As many of these little dots as I can get out of here. Get as much as I can down there, but that's super easy. Alright. Wow! You did it! You found one! But this looks nothing like a fingerprint. Now that you mention it, I guess he used way too much aluminum powder. What does it mean? I think it means we're out of luck. Out of luck? The person who left this handprint must have worn gloves. Don't tell me we've been wasting our time here. Hey, calm down. That's just the way it goes sometimes with scientific investigations. But it does seem a shame. While we're at it, why don't we look for other prints? Other prints? Looking at the locker door again closely. Seems like there are fingerprints outside the bloody handprint as well. Let's see if we can find a clear print. Fingerprints outside the blood. You mean like there? Oh man, it's a fingerprint. Alright. think we got it. But nobody's saying anything, so maybe it needs to be clear. Yeah, I feel like that's pretty clear. Yeah, your print's so clear, it's dazzling. Dazzling? Anyway, this print took a lot of effort to find. Let's match it up right away. So I'm not done yet. This is quite a process. Well, there's no point in finding a fingerprint and not knowing who the owner is, right? She's right. Look at the fingerprint data we got from Mr. Edgeworth and point out the person you think left these prints. Huh? How am I supposed to know who it was? Make a pretty good guess. The bloody handprint and the fingerprints are in different places, right? That means that the prints probably don't have anything to do with our case. So whose fingerprints would we most likely find in this evidence locker? Yeah, probably a Dick Gumshoe. Well, damn. Match found. Aha! So these prints belong to Detective Gumshoe. Something wrong, Mr. Wright? You gave me this so what look. Yes, that's probably because I was thinking, so what? Okay, so we came up with nothing this time, but there's always next time. Sometimes you hit, sometimes you miss. Gotta roll with the punches, right, Mr. Wright? Thanks for the sympathy. Wait, if I remember correctly, there was one other handprint in this room. Let's check it out. Whoa. Court record. Movement said. Do we have to luminol it again? Yeah. This is where we got a luminol fluid reaction, right? Right. There's a handprint here. Okay. Want to try using this? There go her eyes sparkling again. Yeah, obviously. Okay, let's check for prints. That's the spirit. Oh, but I have to warn you about something first. What? The area with the blood was wiped away, right? We only ended up finding it using chemical means. Any prints on the area will have been wiped away too. Oh, right. So that means no prints. Would you say the probability of your hypothesis is high? Don't ask me. Anyway, we must try to find prints that weren't wiped away. Prints other than the ones left by the bloody hand. Well. And the handle? Not actually letting me pick any of these areas of dust. Oh, got it. I gave it my best shot. And the result won't be any good for matchmaking prints, will it? But it doesn't look like we'll get a clear result from this print. Okay, let's try a different finger then. Yeah, this looks promising. It's a full print. There it is. Definitely am. Well, that's not a good look. Hey, these fingerprints, what are they? Whose? Is it someone I know? It's Officer Marshall. Huh? Officer Jake Marshall? Marshall's fingerprints found in a bloody handprint left in the evidence room. The print had been wiped. It's gotta be a coincidence. He's not involved in the crime. Huh? This is decidedly different from Detective Gumshoe's prints. Luminol reaction. The blood and the fingerprints are in the same place. Oh. Oh. They have Jake Marshall's fingerprints on a wiped bloodstain. He clearly just nicked himself shaving, and it just kinda got out of hand. But why would Officer Marshall... It's like our investigation's finally turning up some results. Yes, this is what you call decisive evidence. I don't believe it. Is it trial time? Alright, cool. I forgot to grab the paper, so I'm gonna grab the paper real quick. Have it handy. Save your progress up to this point? Yes. Fired his knife at his beard, and he missed. Hit his face, and he bled. A lot. February 24th, 9:41 a.m. District Court, Defendant Lobby Number 2. So what do you think, Mr. Wright? I think the prosecution is as confused as we are. After all, the victim was murdered in 2 different places at the same time. And a different suspect was arrested at each of the crime scenes. Lana! Good morning, Mr. Wright. I apologize for yesterday. I was indisposed. Hope they didn't hold you too long for questioning. I just finished, actually. I missed all-nighters, though. So how'd it go? It's as Mr. Wright suspects. The police are clueless. I figured as much, so I stuck a plea bargain. Plea bargain? What do you mean by that? We agreed that if I told them the truth behind this simultaneous murder, they wouldn't seek capital punishment. That's what I mean. Lana, don't tell me you. Much to my regret. I'm as much in the dark about this as they are. Miss Skye? They found trace evidence of a certain person in the police department's evidence room. It belonged to Officer Jake Marshall. Kind of trace evidence. Blood-stained fingerprints, to be exact. The trump card I have up my sleeve today. You understand what this means, don't you? In order to defend my sister, you're going to accuse Mr. Marshall? You have to play the cards we're dealt. Isn't that right, Miss Skye? What you have to do, Mr. Wright. Alright. Sure, it ain't gonna be that easy by any stretch of the imagination. Alright. Court is now in session for the trial of Miss Lana Skye. Defense is ready, Your Honor. Prosecution is... I'm afraid you'll have to clarify. It takes 30 minutes by car to reach the police department from the prosecutor's office. Yet the victim, Bruce Goodman, was slain at both places at the same time. That's not physically possible, is it? What's more, I hear the victim from the evidence room just disappeared. Yes, and the body eventually reappeared in the trunk of Mr. Edgeworth's car. Wow, this is one messed up trial. One of my duties as prosecutor is to present impartial evidence. Today, I will present evidence relating to the murder at the police department. In so doing, I believe the way in which we should proceed will reveal itself. That's what sets Mr. Edgeworth apart. He sounds so on top of things, even though he doesn't know what's going on himself. It's supposed to be an admirable trait. Very well, let the trial resume. On the day of the crime, what exactly transpired at the police department? Mr. Edgeworth, you may call your first witness of the day to the stand. For its first witness, the prosecution calls the suspect of the murder that occurred at the police department. Suspect? You mean the so-called murderer? Oh no. Ooh boy. It's getting wild from the get-go. No. No. Witness, please state his name and occupation. Yes, sir. I'm Officer Mike Meekin, sir. My occupation is, that would be murderer, sir. So you're telling us you're a professional killer? Sir, it was me, sir. I'm the one who did it. I'll never kill anyone again, sir. You've got to believe me, sir. Actually, sir, what you call the part of the younger generation, sir. Person whose actions adults can't possibly comprehend. Please, Mr. Edgeworth, sir, help me, sir. Officer Meekins. Yes, sir. Give us your report of the crime. Consider that an order. Yes, sir, as you wish. After all, I am part of a generation that must be told what to do. Wow. Can't fault him for lack of enthusiasm. Crime report, sir. Although it's not my normal duty, I was assigned to guard the evidence room that day. I spotted a suspicious man on the security screen and rushed into the room. I'm only doing what I was trained to do, sir. I was suddenly attacked. I fought for my life, and then I did it. After that, I passed out until another officer smacked me awake. Okay. So, the victim, Detective Goodman, attacked you. do unto others before they do unto you. That's the Meekins family motto, sir. I see. Then you fainted, and a colleague helped you regain your consciousness. Yes, sir. He knocked me upside the head, sir. Very well. The defense may begin its cross-examination. What I need here is more info to work with. Alright. Well, let's get more info to work with. Mr. Meekins, you work in the General Affairs Department, do you not? Yes, sir. I'm in charge of hiring new recruits, sir. Now there's a scary thought. Evidence transferal was taking place on the day of the crime, which meant many officers were given special tasks not ordinarily performed. He's in charge of guarding the Blue Badger, sir. The Blue Badger? Yes, sir, the lovely police mascot created by the Chief of Detectives, sir. Yep. I was to ensure it wasn't broken during the transferal process. That's my sole mission for the day, sir. Don't tell me that that is going to become a key piece of evidence. I see. Sounds like a very, important mission. After the award ceremony finished that day, there were so many people running around. I relocated the Blue Badger to the evidence room. Oh. So that's why you went to the evidence room. Tell us, what did you see when you got there? In order to enter the evidence room, you need an ID card, am I correct? Precisely, sir. I have one right here around my neck. So then, your ID number should be listed here, right? It is! I found it! This is the one right here. Would you please read us the number? Yes, sir. It's 4989596. That's my number, sir. Let's see. Huh? The number 4989596 is shown as being used twice. Please explain, witness. It's no real mystery, sir. First time is when I relocated the Blue Badger to the evidence room, and the second is when I went to go get him after everything settled down. Let's see. So it's during that second time when... Yes, sir, that was when I spotted the man on the security screen. Data added to the ID court record. So you were attacked. Can you please tell us exactly what happened to you? There's a knife, sir, a knife! Detective Goodman pulled a knife on you. What happened then? Well, with me charging in on him like that, he looked as surprised as I was. Not exactly the kind of person someone would want to run into. That's when I reacted, sir. I swung my arms like an octopus, struggling to detain him. That's how I got this gash on my hand. Maybe if you just kept your cool, your hands wouldn't be... When I saw the blood trickling down my arm, I panicked. I grabbed... You panicked and what? Grabbed the man by his collar. Okay. What exactly do you mean when you say you did it? I know I don't look the type, but I'm really into kung fu films, sir. That man let his guard down for just an instant, so I snatched his knife from him. You took his knife? I spun him around and performed a disarming maneuver. I made sure to close my eyes like a man. See. Must have been desperate. The next thing I knew, his white coat was drenched in a sea of my blood, and then the next thing I knew... Yes? He punched me right in my face, sir! What is it? At what time did you regain consciousness?
It's ramen.
No offense, sir, but how am I supposed to know that? I was unconscious. Well, when they woke you up, did you see a clock? Oh, right. Into the report from the officer that woke up the witness, it was about 5:30. Hit me right in the head, too. I woke up crying tears of pain. It's nice. I mean, it's nice that you recovered, that is. Also, hey Grim, how's it going? And welcome back, Ramen. When I came around, though, I made sure to finish my mission, sir. Your mission? Yes, sir. The Blue Badger, sir. I returned him to the entrance before things got out of hand. Well, we can all rest easy now. I believe we now have a fairly accurate picture of what happened. Yes, Your Honor. Only one thing remains unclear. Yes, of course. Was the man this officer murdered really the victim? He's got a point. Yes, Officer Meekins. With regard to that, sir, take a look at this. It was sent to my jail cell. Chief Gant delivered it to me just this morning, sir. Chief delivered it? What is that? A videotape? Yes, sir. That's absolutely right, sir. Videotape, sir. It contains footage from the security camera in the evidence room. What? But I specifically asked if there was such a tape, and was told it had been mistakenly erased. What a mistake. Just do what I'm told, sir. I'm the only thing I'm really good at. Looks like communication with the police department is as good as ever. Well then, let's have a look. Show us a video of you murdering the victim. Oh, please stop using that word murder, sir. It scares me. Video of a real murder? Just what are we getting ourselves into? Evidence? Oh, of course. Well, yeah, because they can't turn it off. It goes until the batteries run out. Of course, it blocks his face. Yep. Mm-hmm. You know, it definitely looks like... Definitely Goodwin who got stabbed. Definitely. Where did he go? Yeah, imagine getting Mike Wazowski in security footage. Well, I believe we're all thinking the same thing. How can we deal with these unsettling feelings stirring within us? The hell was that wriggling piece of plywood? Dude, you've been to the police station tons of times. You had to have, like... Alright. Sir, that is the pride and joy of the entire criminal affairs department, sir. It's the Blue Badger, sir. Why am I not surprised this isn't going smoothly? Security video added to the court record. Yes, well, anyways. This tape seems to prove that the witness did indeed encounter, someone in the evidence room, and some sort of, activity did take place. Your Honor, instead of relying on clearly incomplete footage, the witness's testimony will suffice. Is that alright with you, Officer Meekins? Yes, sir. As you wish, sir. His face can't be clearly seen in the video, but there's no question that the other person was Detective Goodman, sir. I mean, he opened the locker which required Detective Goodman's fingerprint to do. The locker he opened is unquestionably Detective Goodman's locker, sir. So it must be him. No one else could have unlocked it. What's this about a fingerprint? Each detective has been given a locker equipped with a fingerprint-activated lock. These locks ensure that each locker can only be opened by the detective it belongs to. Intriguing. That would mean the victim at the crime scene would have to have been Detective Goodman. Very well. The defense may begin its cross-examination. Where this cross-examination will lead, but everything begins with contradictions. That's where I have to start. Good luck. Tell me, were you able to get a good look at him? The face of the man who attacked you with a knife. Sir, if you must label people as having been seen or not seen, the man's face, I believe I would be classified as the latter. Latter? But you were standing right in front of him, were you not? More to the point, you're the person who fought him, aren't you? Admittedly, I hate to defend this travesty of a human being, but if I was in that situation, all of my attention would have been on the knife. 120%. So, like... Oh, yes, sir, but I didn't get a clear look at his face, sir. Not the kind of guy who looks directly at people when I'm talking with them, you see. Yeah, it's a good trait for a police officer. Still, I'm sure it was him. I put my badge on it. But you don't know that for sure, do you? You never actually saw Detective Goodman's face. Well, I suppose you might say that. That is, if you must label people as having seen or not seen it. Since his face can't be identified in the video, only you can verify it. Why is everyone looking at me? Because only you can verify it. And to label your stares as disturbing or... Begins. Having been shown a questionable video at best, we are not in the best of moods. Now please be more certain when you testify. Yes, sir. You claimed the man who brandished a knife on you was Bruce Goodman. Tell us why you were positive it was him. About those lockers, is there no other way to open them? No, sir. I myself tried all kinds of methods in the past. They only respond to registered fingerprints, sir. What kind of methods he's tried? The man opened the locker's lock, which only responds to its registered fingerprints. And he must be the person the locker was assigned to. Exactly my point, sir, and this too. How do you know that information? I've heard rumors, sir, from people in the know, sir. People in the know? Workers in the department cafeteria, sir, they keep me informed. They also listen to my romantic troubles, sir. For the record, the open locker did indeed belong to Detective Goodman. Excuse me. He verified this information through a more reliable source. So the victim opened the locker with his own fingerprints. However, the most important detail is not shown in this video, the man's face. Sir, if I may say something, sir. Please do. After all, you are the one being examined. I don't understand why the man's face is so important in this case, sir. I mean, it was his hand that opened the fingerprint lock. And it was his hand that tried to thrust his knife into my body, sir. My unsettled state can testify enough to this, sir. Yes, you have a point. The footage doesn't lie. It is. Unless the defense can find a problem with it. So right, let's check the court record again. Is there a problem with the security video? It's gotta be. Yes. Clearly, if you can include that, that kind of tips the scales from the get-go. Oh, it's just loops, okay. I mean, yes, there's absolutely a problem.
Massive the honka banka lose.
Regarding the video contained in this tape, there's one thing in particular that seems rather strange. There's so many things. Strange. This contradiction leads to the possibility that
She's got huge
man may not have been
boobs.
Detective Goodman. The video contains such a contradiction. Interesting. Your Honor, may I have a proposal? Yes, Mr. Edgeworth. I propose we have the defense point out to us this alleged contradiction in the video. You would want me to point it out.
Packing some Doban hunkeros.
Very well. Proposal accepted. Let us further inspect this piece of evidence. I will now play the security tape. Mr. Wright, please show us this contradiction you speak of. I have to point out a problem in the video? First time I've ever had to do that. You can do it, Mr. Wright. Set up so you can fast forward, rewind, or pause the video. Oh, that's useful. Thank you. Take a good look and be sure to point out the right thing. Please don't play it too many times. I can't stand watching this video. How did this guy ever become a police officer? Now then, Mr. Wright, please enlighten us. Where's the contradiction? Okay. The thing that's strange about this video has got to be this. Yes, that is strange. Something certainly seems... Oh, no. What could it mean? Sorry to interrupt, Mr. Wright, but you seem to have forgotten the point of this exercise. Point. What you are looking for is one thing and one thing only. Something that indicates that man may not be Detective Goodwin. Yeah! Oh yeah. Whew. Almost walked right into the defense's trap. I'll place him under arrest, sir! Need to slow down and tackle these things one piece at a time. Now what do I do? It's gotta be that! Yes, again. Okay. I'll play security tape. I know how to do it, thank you. Can't rewind it any further. Ugh. If it's not that, then I feel like that's the most obvious one. Because to get out, he clearly hid behind the mascot while the camera panned around and then booked it out and stashed his coat there, which he couldn't have done if he was indeed Goodman. Right? Maybe... The thing that's... Okay. No. To interrupt this video would have to be, this? Hold on a second. I need to use my eye drops. Well, I don't get it. Would you mind if I borrowed your eye medicine? Don't look at me with those bleary eyes. If your eyes get too teary, perhaps you should think this through again, hmm? Damn it. I was so sure that was it, that I don't have a secondary... I don't have a backup plan. I was sure that was it. Huh? This thing doesn't have a bottom. That's weird. Wonder which side is up. Better yet, what's the purpose of a bottomless jar? At least it doesn't collect dust inside, right? Oh, yeah, well. They're hard to make out, but there are some dark red stains here. It's like blood. Do you think Detective Goodwin's blood somehow got on this when he was stabbed? Not likely. Well, it looks like it's been here for months, maybe longer. This jar was evidence in the SO9 incident. That might be when the blood got on it. It's the locker. Oh, we didn't actually do anything about the glove. Text says SO911. Guess this is another piece of evidence from that case. You know, I never did care for the word tag. It's confusing. Huh? What's so confusing about that? You know how many other words sound like it? Bag, gag, nag, lag, zag. Nag. Is that a word? Do you challenge me? What, are we playing a word game now? It's sure as a glove. $54. Text says AI 16. What's that got to do with anything? Nothing, apparently. At least that's what Edgeworth said. Makes it seem all the more suspicious. Who knows? This might turn out to be the clue that breaks the case. Wouldn't that be nice? Sure, it wouldn't be. Definitely not. So there's definitely a piece of evidence missing. There's got to be something in the video, but I do not... Having to go through the video each time is going to be something. That's the glove that fell out. There's a good officer friend. Well, friend, good, relative things. And he really did just have a knife ready. Oh, yep, yep. Yep, it is. So obvious once you realize. The thing that's strange about this video has gotta be this. Officer Meekins. Sir, did you mean me, sir? No. The other Officer Meekins. As I understand it, the locker apparatus works like this. When you grab the handle, the sensor reads your fingerprints if it's a match. The light turns on and the lock is released. According to my very limited experience, that is the way I understand it, sir. If so, then something is seriously wrong with this picture. The victim reaches for the handle to open the locker. Let's rewind to a little earlier. Here, notice the light? What's this? It's already lit. Precisely my point, Your Honor. The locker was already open before the victim grabbed the handle. Order! Order! What is the meaning of this? It's very simple, Your Honor. The locker wasn't locked on the day of the crime. The locker locks are controlled by an electronic system. When a door is shut, a sensor is triggered, and the locker is automatically locked. Oh, I know. It must have broken down. Of course, I'm not an expert at this. It's not likely, Your Honor. The sensor would detect and report any malfunction. Oh, well, this goes to show novices should keep their mouths shut. So then, Mr. Wright, do you have an explanation? Me, Your Honor? Yes, why wasn't the locker locked? Me, Your Honor? Yes, well, you see, this isn't exactly my field. What do you think, Miss Scientific Investigator? Oh, maybe something like jammed the system sensor? Something jammed the sensor, say. There's something else that seems out of place in this video. Yeah, I thought so too. There's got to be another clue somewhere in this footage. Very well, let's inspect the video once more. The locker wasn't locked. Okay. Back. Here we go. Please watch closely. This is the continuation of the part I showed you earlier. Yes, it is. What's this? Something white fell out of the locker. But sir, it's been my experience that things fall out of when doors are open. I hope... You can't be sure that item was completely inside the locker to begin with. What do you mean? The sensor triggers the lock when the door is shut. What if something was inserted, say, between the sensor and the door? Inserted? And this music, they say play the video one more time. Oh, you know we're going to play this video like 9 more times. You know it. You know it. They didn't go through the trouble of like animating this whole 3D video to show it twice. Nah. Not a chance in hell. This white thing wasn't inside the locker. It was stuck between the door and the sensor. Oh, I understand now, sir. It's just like my tie. 2 or 3 times it gets stuck in the door when I get out of my patrol vehicle, sir. Instead of the door closing, my tie chokes me. But the object would have to be extremely thin to fit in the door. Not only that, it would also have to block electrical currents. It would need to be an insulator. Yes, an insulator, but at the crime scene. It just might have been something that fits that description. But, sir, by insulator, you don't mean... I think I finally got this figured out. Very well. Will the defense please present the relevant evidence? What was this insulator that was stuck in the locked locker door? It's obviously my attorney badge now. Found this near the locker, a thin rubber glove. But we can't be sure that was in the victim's locker. It has a tag that says SO9 incident. As you can clearly see in this paper. The video seems to depict the victim opening the locker. But that isn't the case. This lit lamp attests to this. On the day of the crime, even I could have opened that locker. It's just not so, Officer Meekins. Sir, it would appear so, sir. I like his squeak as he strangles himself. Order, order, order! So, are we to believe then that the victim, whom this witness stabbed in the evidence room, was not Detective Goodman? Do not be misled, Your Honor. What do you mean, Mr. Edgeworth? The defense has merely demonstrated that possibility and nothing more. The victim in the video was indeed Bruce Goodman. The prosecution will offer one more testimony to prove this. What? Sir Meekins, please testify about this. Sir? Me, sir? I'm not sure what you're referring to, sir. Oh, you mean that, sir? Of course, sir. Is this a joke? I mean, yes. Very well, begin your testimony. How does this guy even end up on the force? Mystery Man 2. This is one of the things that proves the man was Detective Goodman, sir. To enter the evidence room, one must use their ID card. When an ID card is used, it's a record of it. At the time of the crime, the detective had used his card. Yeah, and cards definitely can't be lost or stolen or... An ID card record, I see. I have the ID card record right here, Your Honor. The ID used at 5:14 is that of the victim. Just before the crime, Yes, without a doubt, this is the victim's ID. However, one thing to strike me as unusual. Several hundred cases should have been due for transferal. Why were there so few people using this room? This particular evidence room is only used for storing certain special cases. Special cases? Extremely violent cases, including involving police staff. Oh, council stones sound awful, yes. Those are 2 words that should not be in close proximity to one another. Just hearing that makes my hair stand on end. Me too, although it doesn't make much of a difference. Only a few cases up for transferal there, and most were cleared up by noon. Right, I see. Now let us move on to the cross-examination. So unlike your earlier testimony, you believe this to be rock solid, do you? Yes, sir. Solid as a stone, sir. My hand wasn't wrapped in bandages. I'd even give you a V for victory sign, sir, which you could do with your other... It's... Couldn't he just use his right hand for that? Scare him out fully. As we've seen, one never knows what he might say until the very last second. Is that card hanging from your neck one of those ID cards? Yes, sir. This card right next to my cup, sir. I keep it here so I won't ever forget it. What if someone were to steal it from you, keeping it out in the open like that? Maybe I shouldn't wear it around my neck. Remember when I said 2 or 3 times my tie gets stuck when I get out of my car? Well, the remaining time, it's my ID card that gets stuck. Instead the door closed. Maybe I should just leave this one alone. At any rate, each police officer has only one ID card. Both the police department and the prosecutor's office can attest to that. Please proceed with your testimony. Let it be noted that this is the record the witness is referring to. Let me see. Yes, that would be it. Detective Goodman. What's the matter? According to this, Mr. Edgeworth, your name is on here. So it is, Your Honor. Edgeworth, what was he doing there? Oh my god. Not that oh wow, the actual numbers. Hey, maybe he's behind all this. Being a prosecutor, he can hide the evidence. Mommy, is that man in blue a murderer? Don't stare at him. Wrong color, kid. It would seem the inquiry committee will want to speak with you again today. And to be ashamed of regarding my actions or their consequences. For now, let us continue with the cross-examination. Poor Mr. Edgeworth. It must be so difficult for him. Earlier, I believe you testified that when you asked the man to show his ID card, he pulled a knife on you. Yes, sir. He didn't show me any ID card, sir. Don't you think that's odd? I mean, if he had his ID card, all he had to do was show it to you. There wouldn't be any reason to draw a knife. Maybe he just panicked. Everything stems from contradictions. Let's point them out. Mr. Wright, what do you think? I'm confused? What? The problem with this ID card testimony is far too obvious. It's not like Edgeworth to miss something like this. You're thinking too hard about it. Come on, let's show them what we got. Gotta be that one. Do we have any evidence that he didn't? Just gonna save in case I bungle this, you know. I feel like it's gotta be this, but I guess it could be this too, but I don't really see how that contradicts it. It's gotta be the fact that, like, a card can be stolen. Gotta be. Wait, one moment, Officer Meekins. I'm not good at waiting, sir. You're not good at much. I have the victim's ID card right here. I found it at the crime scene. That makes sense. When I say crime scene, I'm not referring to the evidence room at the police department. I mean the other crime scene. The underground parking lot at the prosecutor's office. Your Honor, I have one more piece of evidence to present. It's a very important clue regarding the victim's ID card. Lost item report. It's only half completed, but it shows that Detective Goodman had lost something on the day of the crime. Something important enough to fill out this report. Guess you believe this something to be his ID card, right? Can't say for sure, but there is a high probability. The day of the crime, Detective Goodman was not carrying his card. Order, order! So now, what does this all mean? It can only mean one thing. It doesn't even require much thought. The man Officer Meekins encountered in the evidence room was not Detective Goodman, but rather the man who stole his ID card. Order, order, order. Does the prosecution have a response? I have only one thing to say to the defense. Bravo, Mr. Wright. Bravo. Allow me to summarize the defense's argument. At 5:15 p.m. on the day of the crime, the man in the evidence room Officer Meekins encountered was not Detective Goodman. There are two grounds to support this. First, the locker in the evidence room was already unlocked. Second, the victim lost his ID card. Correct so far, Mr. Wright. Yes, what's he up to? That being the case, we must inevitably arrive at a single conclusion. The victim in this video is a fake, and the murder in the evidence room is also fake. In other words, the security camera does not show the instant of the murder. That is... Excuse me. Well, I guess that's right. There's something wrong, Mr. Wright. Only moments ago you seemed content to be pointing your fingers around. This isn't going to end well. Oh well, it seems you finally realized exactly what you've gone to such lengths to prove. Explain yourself, Mr. Edgeworth. The defense has already done the explaining for me. The victim in this video is a fake, which means a murder did not take place. The police department at 5:15 on the day of the crime. So the real crime could only take place at one location, the underground parking lot. At the prosecutor's office, the murderer being Miss Alana Skye, the defendant. The evidence is compelling. A trustworthy witness observed the moment the defendant used the murder weapon. Yeah, we did kind of do that to ourselves, yeah. If we can't put anything in the last two slots of weapons, I'm not going anyways. Oh yeah, no. Yeah, I had seen that, so I was already going to try for it anyway. I knew that testimony was way too shabby. It's all a trap from the beginning. The activity in the evidence room still leaves many questions unanswered. Who exactly was the victim Officer Meekins encountered? Where did this person disappear to? However, this trial's purpose is to examine only the murder of Detective Goodman. Now, when you go to hover over it, it shows what benefits they give you, even if you don't have the materials. Just so, Your Honor. Mr. Wright, you have to do something or else Alana... Dude, how am I supposed to get myself out of this mess? Always object. One moment, Your Honor. What now, Mr. Wright? Don't tell me you're objecting to what you've just proven. Of course not. But I almost walked right into the prosecution's trap. What are you talking about? This cross-examination has proven one thing and one thing only. The security video did not show the actual murder. Oh no, because I've been watching the stats as I've gone, and it has added those levels of attack. Still, yeah, good to have confirmation. However, it cannot be said that it is unrelated to the murder in the parking lot. Specifically, large amounts of blood traces were found in the evidence room. The defense demands further examination into the truth of the matter. Mr. Edgeworth? Yes, Your Honor. This court were to examine this further, other witnesses will be necessary. Is the prosecution prepared? Sorry, Your Honor. The prosecution considered the incident at the police department to be unrelated. We have not prepared any other witnesses for this incident. This just might be my chance. Time to call a certain Texas Ranger to the stand. Mr. Wright, do you mean... Your Honor, the defense would like to request a specific witness. Whom do you have in mind? Someone we have reason to believe knows the truth. The truth behind the activities that took place in the evidence room. The prosecution requests to hear this person's name before deciding whether or not to comply. Very well then, Mr. Wright. This person whom you would have testify, what is his or her name? Oh man, you don't often get to present from the profiles. Yeehaw indeed, Officer Jake Marshall. Why him? Can't let Edgeworth know everything just yet. He's in charge of the evidence room. I feel we should hear what he has to say. Yeah, obviously, Emma. Prosecution agrees to the defense's request. Since he was responsible for guarding the room, we should hear his testimony. Fortunately, he works in the police department. He shouldn't need longer than 20 minutes to prepare. Very well. The court will take a 30-minute recess while the witness is subpoenaed. Will the prosecution please prepare the witness during this time? We will, Your Honor. Court is now in recess. February 24th, 11:32 a.m., District Court, Defendant Lobby. There's no stopping you, is there, Mr. Wright? Huh? What do you mean? You called for Jake Marshall. Seems you figured everything out. Figured out anything? Lana, you're the one who knows everything. What? You always know everything. Why don't you just tell us? Mr. Wright is trying his hardest to protect you. I don't recall ever asking for his protection. How can you be so cold? Don't you trust us? Don't you trust me? Hope I'm not interrupting anything, pals. You definitely are. Oh, yes I am. I'll come back later. Bye. Wait, Detective Gumshoe, what is it? Got a lot of nerve, pal, making a detective run all around while on duty. And on top of it, you call me here. I've seen happier people at funerals. Sorry, detective. You better be, pal. Hey! I don't see there, Chief Prosecutor Sky. It's okay. So, have you brought what I asked? Oh ho 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 ho. You mean this, right? My apologies, Detective. Due to my present circumstances, I was forced to use Mr. Wright's name when making my request. My name? Never in a million years would I have thought it was you who asked me. Did I bother you to bring me the SO9 incident file? I'll need them by noon. Talk about crazy. SO9 incident file? Being rich, clearly, yeah. But Lana, that's... Just imagine... Oh, ho, 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 ho. I thought Mr. Wright might need them, so I had them brought here. Here, you might do well to read them. Can't believe you. The chief prosecutor were witness in that case. Sky was a witness? So 9 incident files were received from Lana Sky. This really seems like a spiritual successor to the final file, the final case in the base game. Of like, yeah, this is about this case, but it's really about this case. Files for the Joe Dark killings. Joe Dark, jeez, of course. Solved 2 years ago. Take it from me, you don't want anything to do with serial murders. What, now that I brought you stuff, you're just gonna ignore me? Emma, but why? Why is your name in here? What? My name's in there? I don't know, unless... No, it couldn't be. Lana, this SO9 incident, is that... That's the classification number the police filed it under. 2 years ago, the rest of the world knew it as the Joe Dark killings. The Joe Dark? No, Lana, it's over with. No! Well, wait. He ran away. You know what? I just remembered. I gotta be somewhere. Sorry, pal, but I'm out of here. Jake Marshall, Angel Star, Damon Gant, Miles Edgeworth. Not to mention Lana and Emma. Everyone involved in this case is connected to those killings 2 years ago. This can't be just a coincidence. Knowing you just might be able to figure it out. To get back to the trial, Mr. Wright, best of luck. Better take a good look at this file. Look at the file. I don't got time for that nonsense. Who looks at files, honestly? I know I don't. Read the evidence, like, supplied for the case? Psh. Whatever. We should probably file. Jeez. Incident number SL9 closed. Perpetrator Joe Dark. Crime serial murder. Sentence death. Victims Edward Jones, Jason Knight, Edith Kirby, Rachel Moss, Jeb Bates, Neil Marshall. Ooh. Head Prosecutor Miles Edgeworth. Witness Lana Sky, Emma Sky. Investigation Task Force. Executive Investigators Damon Gant, Lana Sky. Head Investigator Bruce Goodman. Investigators Jake Marshall, Angel Star. Yeah, it really is just everyone. Court will now reconvene for the trial of Miss Lana Sky. He didn't come back. Allow me to call the next witness to the stand, the officer in charge of guarding the evidence room on the day of the crime. You know, I don't think drinking on the witness stand is, allowed? Legal? Witness, please state your name and occupation. Let me guess, it's like cactus juice in there or something. Me, partner? Oh, I'm just a man, same as you, wandering the trails of civilization. Occasionally helping the elderly cross the intersections when needed. Yes, we get it. Oh, I know, you're a patrolman. Super chill. Yeah, in this courtroom, yeah. As for my name, if you listen hard enough, you can hear the howling wind calling it out. To be exact, Jake Marshall, Your Honor. Howling wind? Never heard Edgeworth described that way before. Now, Mr. Marshall, let me ask you something. You were in charge of guarding the evidence room on the day the crime took place. Is that correct? According to the papers, partner. What do you mean? Desperado's soul is as boundless as the desert sands. No paper can sum it up. Maybe it's best we get on with this quickly. Please share with us your testimony of the day of the crime. In plain old English. I'm pretty sure that at this rate, when this judge sees like Phoenix and Edgeworth hop into the courtroom, he's like, oh my god, not again. I thought I was going to have a normal case today, which is, you know, human beings. My job was to keep a wary eye on that bone orchid. They say I was supposed to make rounds 3 times a day, but that ain't my style. Besides, the room's protected by 2 security systems anyway. If I remember right, I was at a street-side saloon at the time it went down. It's an innocent traveling man, so if you're out of ammo, it's time I hit the trail. You're just an innocent traveling man that if you were there, at your, like, actual post, I think this judge has to have normal cases anymore. I assume he does whenever Phoenix doesn't show up. Like, I assume whenever Phoenix Wright is not involved, that's when all the normal cases happen. Can't say I particularly care for your attitude. Like, if it wasn't for the fact that we had evidence of him being inside the evidence room, like, if he was actually there doing his job, nothing bad would have happened. Can't say I care for your beard, but you don't see me complain. Wait a minute. What do you mean by 2 security systems? I mean the security cameras and the ID card reader. I reckon even a cowpoke like you knows about those. Yes, well, what about the fingerprint-activated locks in the evidence lockers? Fingerprint-activated locks? What kind of newfangled doohickeys? Oh my god. The security guy doesn't know about this. It's not being very helpful. Not that good with machines, or with following orders. Everyone's got their weaknesses now, don't they, Mr. Prosecutor? This one seems like trouble. Okay, Mr. Wright, it's all yours. Even the judge is like, I don't like it. It's too much. What exactly did you keep an eye on the evidence room? I just made sure nothing moved in the security camera monitor. That room's so still. Even time dies in there. I was just a caretaker who entered the recordings. You interred them? Videos and nothing aren't that useful. When the time would come, I'd erase the tape. Nothing unusual was recorded. Tapes are to be erased every 6 hours. Each time I'd erase the tape, it felt like I was erasing a part of my life. This guy has a flair for the dramatic, but it isn't going to do him any good. So in actuality, you don't physically enter the evidence room. But you made your rounds on the day of the crime, right? Ain't you heard a word I said, partner? I told you, that ain't my style. I'm afraid I don't understand. No, Desperado, I know lets rules get in his way. No Desperado I know joins the police force. So, Officer Marshall, on the day of the crime, just between you and me, I didn't set foot in the evidence room that day. There was a rubber glove stuck in the victim's locker. Do you know anything about that? Sorry, partner. Can't say I do. Haven't been in that crypt in weeks. How does this guy avoid being fired? That's a good question. That's a very good question. You used to be a detective, so you've used the evidence room in the past, correct? Of course. Back in the day, my locker was a gold mine of evidence. And yet, you didn't know about the fingerprint locking mechanism? Sorry, partner. I ain't good with machines. Couldn't even tell you how a bike works. It's quite incredible. The sensor on the locker handles cannot be seen. It's well known that some detectives are unaware of their presence. Now that he mentions it, Detective Gumshoe said something like that too. At any rate, it doesn't seem that this is relevant to the crime. Can you tell us what you were doing when the crime took place? Well, yeah. What were you doing in a place like that? Was he eating spaghetti? Not even Angel steak lunches could beat that parlor's Bagnole sepia pasta. You mean to tell us you abandoned your police duties to eat some noodles? I mean, who can resist the call of hot nudes? None of us. No one. None among us can resist hot dogs.
Flavor experience.
You can't. Not all desperados eat tacos, partner. That's not what I meant. I hope this has at least taught you a lesson. It definitely hasn't. That's strange. This is usually where Edgeworth says, "Did you not want a raise, sister?" Out of ammo, Officer Marshall? That's right, partner. Or as you'd call it, evidence. If you plan to pin me to this crime, then you'd better draw. Otherwise, you're just wasting my time. My steel horse is waiting to carry me back west into the sunset. One thing seems clear. Despite being responsible for guarding the evidence room, the witness doesn't appear to have seen anything. Texans don't take orders from anyone. Everyone knows that. Apparently your superiors don't. Okay, I have a trump card on my sleeve, so I'd best keep my cool. Before I use it though, I'd better up the ante. What evidence do we have? Besides, like you said, to keep that one under wraps for now, so... I don't know how we'd be able to tell this, but I'd be willing to bet that his card was the 777 on here. Just because that so seems like the number they'd give to like a default security officer, like a skeleton key card or something that could go anywhere. But I feel like that's a stretch. Like, even if that's true, that seems like a stretch for this part of the case. Otherwise, we've got the floor plan, which doesn't seem to say much of anything about anything you said. I'm pretty sure it's that, but I don't know where exactly to present it. I'm gonna say here, because that would contradict him saying he didn't make the rounds. Wow, music didn't stop. Yep. Oh. Maybe it's here? This is such a stretch. Yeah. Watch it not be this one too, but like... it feels to me like it should be. Yeah. So I was saved, it's fine. Not that. I'm gonna try, even though they said not to. Oh, so it was the obvious one? Officer Marshall, doesn't it strike you as odd? They said not to use that. That is, you being called in to testify like this. After all, you weren't in the security room at the time of the crime. I lost all that HP because they said not to pants. And yet you dragged me down here. Explain yourself, partner. I literally did what the game told me to do. It's quite simple. You left a very large trail behind at the scene. Or to be exact, handprint. Listen real good, partner. Like I said, I'm the caretaker of that crypt. Pay my respect, that is, make my rounds, about once a month. It's only natural my fingerprints would be in there. I wish it were, officer. But you see, your fingerprints were covered in blood. Witness, what is the meaning of this? Your blood-stained fingerprints were at the crime scene. The blood was wiped away. However, the luminol test clearly revealed this. Well, Officer Marshall, seems to me there ain't a person in this room with a head on his shoulders. Think you have an explanation then, Officer Marshall. Got the blood-stained fingerprints? Very well, you begin your testimony about your fingerprints. Now to the scene of the crime. Like I said, it's only natural for my fingerprints to be in that evidence room. One of them just happened to be at the same place as the blood-stained handprint. The murderer touched the locker where my fingerprint was by chance. The bloodstain and the fingerprint are completely unrelated. Or didn't you know the murderer was wearing gloves? See, I had nothing to do with it. We know the murderer was wearing gloves. How would he know that? The witness's explanation appears valid. Although there's room for doubt, life wouldn't be fun without any doubt, partner. The defense may now cross-examine the witness. This guy's hiding something. I feel it. Now's my chance to prove it. Because you, how did you put it, pay your respects once a month? Yeah, that's right. That and one more thing. That locker happens to be mine. What do you mean? I mean what I said. That's the locker I used when I was a detective. The locker I still use. All that's in there now, though, is a heap of broken dreams. And a bloody white jacket. You know, I see. It's strange, my prints weren't all over that locker. Apparently his fingerprint data was never removed from that locker's programming. He must have been using the fingerprint lock all this time without even knowing it. Marshall's fingerprints updated in the court record. So then, what about the bloody handprint? Wasn't mine, it's no mystery. Please explain. My locker is covered with my fingerprints. I just so happen. Chances of that happening are 1,000,000 to 1. Contrary, one could argue just the opposite. The chances of that not happening are 1,000,000 to 1. Get one thing straight, partner. You ain't gonna get no reward from me with a mere fingerprint. You wanna know why? Unrelated. There's different as night and day, and I like cereal and cereal. One's got to do with breakfast, while the other's a type of murder. He's right. Although seemingly alike, they are totally different. I don't see what homonyms have to do with this. How do you know that? I may be a loner, but I still do my job. I keep up on the reports. There was a bloodstain at the scene thought to be left by the murderer. Right. Found a Detective Gumshoe's locker. However, no fingerprints were detected on that handprint. Yeah, I think we tried that too. That would mean the murderer, wearing gloves, happened to place their hands on top of Officer Marshall's fingerprint. That's the only logical conclusion. Starting to get the picture, partner? Picture? This seal of blood. In the desert, it's just food for the buzzards. It's only one reality, and that's this. The security tape, so long as my trail isn't in there. Can't say otherwise. Wow, it's almost like he probably doctored that tape or something. This is fun. This isn't getting us anywhere, Mr. Wright. Please consider carefully where you're going with this cross-examination. Yes, Your Honor. Now then, continue your testimony. What do you mean by that? You want to tie me to this case, isn't that right, partner? If so, that video is the only direct evidence you have. That video is next to useless. It's full of blind spots. Blind spots? Places you can't see. Camera's panning back and forth. The floor isn't shown. If someone was familiar with the camera's position, they could leave the room without being caught on tape. We don't have time for your speculations, Mr. Wright. Well, Mr. Wright, if you can show us evidence in this video that indicates Officer Marshall was present, please show it now. Maybe it's the one I was looking at earlier, I assume? Very well, allow me to point out your mistake, Officer Marshall. Tread carefully, Mr. Wright, or you might wind up being the one making the mistake. Save again. Now then, let's have another look at the video. Show us this fast forward. The only two things I can think of are either his locker, obviously having the jacket in it afterwards, or the Blue Badger being an obvious blind spot where you could just leave and be hiding behind. If it's not that, then I don't know. Those are, to me, the obvious choices here. Music stopped, maybe. Bringing our attention back to the security camera is a mistake I'm afraid you'll soon not forget, Officer Marshall. The days are short in Texas, so are our tempers. No, they're not. It's closer to the equator than where I am. The days are fairly standard length there a lot of the year. What the hell are you talking about, Officer Marshall? Could you sum up what you have to say in 8 words or less? Very well. You can clearly be seen in this video. Exactly 8 words. Not bad, partner. Fake yeehaws. Yeah, no, we already covered that. He is a fake yeehaw. He is to Texas what Chips Enough is to Japan. He's clearly obsessed with it. He clearly acts like he's from there, but he's not. He saw a video on he's a West. God. No, he's a Texaboo. The key lies in a certain locker shown in the video. That locker with the white cloth sticking out. It's the witnesses, I believe. Played a game with the sun down in it, yeah, once. Oh no, Machio? I don't know the character. Now then, let's rewind the video a bit. Oh, okay. Yeah. Yeah, he isn't. Yeah. I mean, he probably came first, for what it's worth. Oh, the white cloth, it's gone. What's the meaning of this, Officer Marshall? When the crime took place, the white cloth wasn't there. Then it suddenly appeared. There's only one explanation. Officer Marshall, you were in the evidence room at the time of the crime. What's more, you opened your locker when the camera was turned away. Order, please. Hold your horses. Sorry, partner, but you got the wrong man. So what if my locker was open? That doesn't mean I'm the one who opened it. The murderer needed to hide something, so he opened a locker and stuck it in. It's not my fault he happened to choose mine. The entire courtroom's like, didn't we just tell him about how they're all fingerprint locked? We just told him this, right? Like, what's like 5 minutes ago? We just told him about that. Why is everyone staring at me like I'm a wanted man? This guy isn't just playing dumb. He really doesn't know. I hate to rain on your parade, but you're the only person who can open that particular locker. Oh yeah? I call your bluff. You say I opened that locker, now prove it. How do we prove you opened the... Oh, only the assigned detective's pin's gonna lock it, that one, yeah. Fingerprint sensor. Talked about this earlier today. The lockers can only be opened by the detectives they belong to. What kind of crazy talk is this? Well, Detective Gumshoe did mention something about this. In any case, the lockers aren't that obvious. There are even some people in the force that don't know about the fingerprint locks. So, Sheriff, what do you have to say in 8 words or less? What is he eating? I've only got one word for you, partner. No! He just gets shot. Order, order, order. Witness, explain yourself. This is a joke. It's the worst I've ever heard. I assure you, this is no joke, Officer Marshall. Now then, please tell us what you were doing in the evidence room at the time of the crime. Olay, please answer the question. What is he now, a bullfighter? All right, Officer Marshall. I believe we can figure the rest out from here. We can. Have a look at these floor plans. There's no place for someone to hide in the evidence room. Yet Officer Meekins didn't see Officer Marshall. If that's so, then where was the witness? Seems Mr. Wright has an answer. That's right. The only possible conclusion. Well then, let's hear it. Where was Officer Marshall at the time of the crime? That's killer and victim, I assume. So, in this scenario, which one of them is Goodman and which one of them is Meekins? Because he's clearly in the Goodman jacket, but I don't. At this rate, Meekins was the victim of violence. Okay, if Meekins is the killer, then here. Gotcha. Officer Marshall was standing right here. Victims by the locker. Oh, that's true. Yeah, but let's be honest. Meekins got shoved into the locker, and then his body was right there. So, yeah. There, but that's where the victim, Detective Goodman, was. Correct. Unless the man wasn't Detective Goodman. I believe the victim in the video is Officer Marshall. It was you, dressed up like Detective Goodman. That's preposterous. Officer Meekins witnessed the detective at the crime scene. Once he saw the man's face, he'd known for sure. Yeah. He would have if he ever admitted to seeing the man's face. May I point out, though, that Officer Meekins did not know Detective Goodman. He also testified about the man's reaction when confronted, and that he didn't actually get a look at his face. When I entered the evidence room, I asked him to show his card, sir. Yes, yes, and how did Detective Goodman respond? He suddenly pulled a knife on me. Something about the officer's story puzzled me. If the man had his ID card, why didn't he just show it? Yes, he would have needed it to enter the evidence room, so he must have been carrying it. The answer is simple. He couldn't show it. As you can see, Detective Goodman's picture is on his ID card. Oh, I get it. If he showed that, his cover would have been blown. Officer Meekins would have realized the man wasn't Detective Goodman. Do you have anything to say to this, Officer Marshall? You got quite an imagination, partner. We got a term for that. It's called circumstantial evidence. You're the only person that could open that locker. He's still denying it? You're gonna have to do better than that to break a detective. Unless you have hard evidence proving I dressed up as the victim. Can't say I particularly care for your uncooperative disposition. Can't say I care for your beard, but you don't see me. That's twice you've complained about it. Well, Mr. Wright, do you have any evidence proving beyond a shadow of a doubt that Officer Marshall dressed up as the victim? Well, I'm not kidding. I don't have anything like that. I can see the fear in your eyes, partner. Seems you're the one who couldn't take the desert heat. It can't be happening. It's so obvious he's the one. What can I do? It looks like your lack of experience has finally been exposed. I'll pass on to you what someone told me when I was just starting out. When you run into a wall with no place to go, return to basics. Basics? For me, that would be what Mia used to tell me. Show everyone your attorney's badge. It's so shiny and nice, they'll be awed. Phoenix, try thinking outside the box. I shouldn't look for proof that Officer Marshall was in disguise. But rather, I should look for evidence that came about because he was in disguise. Why do you think this locker was opened in the first place? What do you mean? Oh, I forgot the paper. There's no reason for Officer Marshall to open his locker at the time of the crime. Yet he did, despite the chance it might be discovered later as it has been. Which means he didn't originally plan to open his locker. Due to the defense's argument, Officer Jake Marshall dressed up as Detective Goodman at the time of the crime. Then, after the crime was committed, he opened his own locker for some unknown reason. The fact that a white cloth is sticking out of the locker seems to indicate that he opened it in order to put the cloth inside. So, just what exactly is this piece of cloth? Perhaps the video is the key. Oh my good god. To all of our unanswered questions. I don't have any evidence, so this video is my only shot. Very well. Let's take another look at the security tape. I don't know what to point to. I've already pointed to the locker. Like, if you want proof, get his fingerprint, go to the locker and open it up, and you'll have a bloody jacket inside of it. I don't know what to point to in the video. Let's open the locker to put away the white cloth. Save again. Please show us why the witness. I don't hit that button. It skips past that. It's got to be the blood stain that ends up on the jacket, right? That's the only reason you'd have to put it in there. See that? There. It's got to be that. Got to be it. Music part was torture for you. I don't know what you're talking about. The music is so catchy. That's the next, like, top hit. Like, if they release that as a single, topping all the charts. All of them. Even today. Right now. Release it right now. #1 single across the world. For some reason, he disguised himself as Detective Goodman and entered the evidence room, though I don't know to what end yet. However, something unexpected happened. It's a sound effect. Yes, but just like Dodge, it'll only be the first note of it. Officer Meekins barged in on you. When asked to show your ID card, you pulled a knife on him. However, Officer Meekins panicked. The white coat you were wearing was soiled with blood. Bloody white coat. You couldn't just walk out like that, so you hid the coat in your locker. Not bad, partner. Why was it in quotes this time? How did we see those air quotes? Now then, Officer Marshall, are you ready to tell us the truth? Looks like I underestimated y'all. I hope you're happy now, Mr. Edgeworth. 2 years ago, you were only half as persistent then as you are today. We all wouldn't have to be here now would we? Officer Marshall, tell the court what you did, all of it. All right. Seems the time has come. Marshall's confession. I had to do it that day. I couldn't just stand by and let it die. Stole the detective's ID and dressed like him. Planned to take out the evidence. Wasn't expecting Officer Meekins. I knocked him out. I managed to escape. I knew which areas wouldn't be caught on the camera. There wasn't any murder in the evidence room at 5:15. So the supposed victim was really you. There's one thing I still don't understand. Traces of a large quantity of blood were found on the floor of the evidence room. No one was murdered, then how could that be? Officer Meekins managed to cut his own hand. My guess is he's the donor. There's way too much blood for such a small donation. It's weird to be cross-examining a confession. When you say it, you mean... Do you even have to ask, partner? The XL9 incident. 2 years have passed since that case was closed. It was going to completely end with the transferal that day. Not if I have anything to do with it. That incident's not over. But what do you hope to accomplish by sneaking into the evidence room? When a case is closed, only that case's lead detective can look through the evidence. I wanted to have a look at it myself one more time. No matter what the cost. I don't care what anyone says, partner. That case is mine. Officer Marshall wasn't in charge of that investigation. Why does he care so much about it? Today was my last chance. That's why Why did you disguise yourself as Detective Goodman? I didn't make it look like Goodman was carrying out the evidence transferal. I'd be arrested for stealing evidence, which wouldn't get me anywhere. So you did it to fool the security camera. The detective's ID card. Stole that the morning of the incident. That really was why Goodman started filling out that lost item report. Returned his ID card. Left it on the floor of the prosecutor's office parking lot. That's not returning it. You understand that, right? You understand that's not how you return something to someone? Leave it on the floor of the parking lot? The ED card I found was left there by Officer Marshall. So essentially, you managed to succeed despite your lack of foresight. What do you mean, partner? I mean, the fingerprint activated lock, of course. No matter how well you disguised yourself, you can't change your fingerprints. Under normal circumstances, you wouldn't have been able to open that locker yourself. You could, because the rubber glove just happened to get stuck in the door. That means Detective Goodman must have opened the locker before Officer Marshall. Pulled a knife on Officer Meekins and tried to drive him off? Let's just say I was a little surprised. I only planned on being in the evidence room for no more than 5 minutes. Didn't think anyone would actually come in during that short time. Officer Meekins certainly is a 1 in a million type of person. You know, that's accurate. Mistaking a detective for an intruder and demanding to be shown his ID. I'll have to think a little more about his raise this year. When did Edgeworth get so much influence? Anyway, he threw himself at me and I ended up cutting him slightly. Sorry it had to turn out that way, with me knocking him out and everything. By the way, what happened to your knife? You mean this one? I don't know what to say. So you knocked Officer Meekins out and... So you did your research beforehand. Those who go into the desert unprepared don't live long, partner. Didn't think it would make a difference, though. Security tape is erased every 6 hours. If all had gone as planned, no footage would have been left. Sir, you bloodied your coat in your struggles with Officer Meekins. If someone was in the security room when I came out, the jig would have been up. Opened my locker and stashed it in there. What was Officer Meekins doing during that time? What else? He was sleeping like a baby. What you're saying is, on that day... The blood found at the scene certainly indicates a crime took place. What are you, blind? The victim shown on that tape is me, and I'm not dead yet, partner. So you stole the evidence from the locker. Actually, no, I didn't. Why not? When I opened the locker, the evidence was already gone. Wait, Mr. Edgeworth, where is that evidence? Still missing, Your Honor. Detective Goodman's locker was already empty. Someone else stole the evidence? Officer Marshall, may I ask you one thing? Fire away, partner. It's a free country. Just remember, I'm also free to decide whether or not to answer. Why did you do this? Stealing a detective's ID, injuring a police officer, this is no small offense. Moreover, you're an officer yourself. This will have serious consequences. It can't just be forgiven with a simple cut in salary. Not that salary cuts are ever a valid solution. Like I said, this ain't your case. This one is mine. I'll do anything it takes to get an answer I'm satisfied with. Witness has an unusual amount of zeal. Let's hear more. But that case was solved 2 years ago, wasn't it? That's the reason the evidence was stored in the evidence room. Joe Dark was convicted for his crimes. One thing I can say for sure is he deserved his sentence. I remember the Joe Dark case. It involved serial murders, didn't it? I don't intend to complain about how it turned out. There's something that still bothers me. Something went down at that trial. Something no one will talk about. What happened? I don't know. No one will talk about it. That's what I'm trying to find out. Why is he so concerned with that incident? Maybe I should present him with what I think his real reason is. I had a feeling we'd wind up here sooner or later. Everyone involved here is related in some way to that case. Better take another look at the files. Oh, it's because a relative of his was a victim, maybe? Yeah, gotta be it. Save anyway, though? Save anyway. Yeah. Officer Marshall, I think I understand. I think I know why you care so much about the SO9 incident. Sounds like you've been slipping one too many cactus juice, partner. I have the SO9 incident file here. The name Marshall is mentioned in there. In a list of murder victims. Neil Marshall. Are you related to this man? Neil Marshall. Yeah, sure you've heard the name. 2 years ago. You received the same lousy prosecutor award you got. What? A prosecutor? You must be talking about the King of Prosecutors Award. Now I remember. Prosecutor Neil Marshall. He handled the SO9 case before I did. That's right. He was killed. The case fell into your hands. But what's his relation to you? He was my brother. He was investigating the murders with Damon Gant, the then Deputy Chief of Police. The group of detectives I was part of worked under them. We were desperate to prosecute the killer. Joe Dark. My brother fought Dark and was killed. It's the first time Dark left behind any evidence. That was all we needed. He was arraigned and incarcerated. The case was finally closed, at least according to the public records. What do you mean? My brother couldn't have been killed by Joe Dark. I knew my brother better than anyone. No one could have beaten him in a fight. And that's it. That's your reason for your insane actions. There's more to my brother's death than what the records say. No matter how much you try to hide it, you can't fool me. Well, at least one thing's for certain. Now we know what happened at the police department on the day of the crime. It was the last day the SO9 case could be reopened. Not satisfied with this resolution, Officer Marshall planned to steal the evidence. Disguising himself as Detective Goodman, he entered the evidence room. Officer Meekins confronted him, so he rendered him unconscious and fled. Yes, this mystery has finally been cleared up. No murder took place in the police department that day. The things that happened by chance never cease to amaze. At exactly the same time as the murder at the prosecutor's office, this fake murder was going on at the police department. Chance. It's gotta be more than just that. So, if no one was murdered at the police department on the day of the crime, that means the murder in the prosecutor's office parking lot was the real one, which in turn means only one person could have committed the crime. Chief Prosecutor Lana Skye. But wait, a verdict wasn't reached in yesterday's trial. Which is why we examined the incident at the police department today. There's only one reason the defendant was not convicted yesterday. There yet remained the mystery of the simultaneous murder at the police department. Seems to me, this boy's got the draw on you, partner. All of the mysteries at the police department have been resolved, no doubt about it. Our sole murder took place at the prosecutor's office. The only suspect is Lana Skye. And the testimony of one Miss Angel Starr is completely incontestable. If you have a response, make it a single word or less. And that is one word or less. I rest my case. Seems this trial has reached its conclusion. There's no room for doubt. Well done, Mr. Wright. Thanks to you, I didn't need to waste my time disproving the alleged murder at the police department. There's no doubt what I proved today is true. The apparent murder at on the security camera's tape really was fake, but I didn't realize to end up proving Lana guilty. Now then, the time for the verdict has arrived. This court finds the defendant Your Honor, wait! Emma, the defense has an objection, a scientific objection, right? Do you mean right? Mr. Wright, are you this girl's guardian? Your Honor? Oh, in a sense? Please, Your Honor, all I'm asking for is a minute of your time. Please hear me out, Mr. Edgeworth, please. I don't want to leave any loose ends. You want a minute? I'll give you 3. I was kind of in shock. I mean, finding out the SO9 incident referred to the Joe Dark killings. Unless she mentions it. The names of both Sky sisters were in that file. That's when I figured it out. I mean, what Officer Marshall was trying to do that day. So I knew his fingerprint had nothing to do with the crime. That left only one thing, the other handprint. I mean, the traces of blood found in Detective Gumshoe's locker. But no fingerprints were found on it, right? No, but I figured if I examined it scientifically, I'd be able to find a clue. So, I ran over there and looked at it again. So, did you find anything? No. Sorry, I guess I'm not much of a scientific investigator after all. Is that all? Please don't be mad, I'm just a high school student. I'm just an attorney. But Mr. Wright, those traces of blood are the only clue we have. If we can't find something wrong with them... Please, Mr. Wright, you're a professional. If anyone can save Lana, it's you. Me? Oh boy. Time's up. Now then, Mr. Wright. With regard to the incident at the police department, does any reasonable doubt remain? It appears the defense is troubled by the other blood mark. Looking at the floor plans, a handprint was discovered around here. Is there a problem with this? Mr. Wright, I'm sorry, I can't be of more use. But still, if you can't find anything wrong with that blood mark, Lana will be... Please answer my question, Mr. Wright. We don't have all day. Yes, Your Honor. If ever I needed to concentrate, it's a now. Yeah, apparently. What could be wrong with the handprint on Detective Gumshoe's locker? Could there be something I'm missing? I mean, he already said if he doesn't object to it, it's over. So we obviously object, even though I currently don't know. This handprint left at the crime scene. Clearly shows a contradiction. The only thing that seems clear is your grasping, Mr. Wright. I'm staring pretty intently at those floor plans. Tell me, is there a problem with them? This is strange. Take a good look at these floor plans. Something is missing. Missing? You mean something hasn't been drawn on there? Yes, something that, when drawn, will completely change the meaning of the blood mark. Let us pray the defense isn't simply trying to buy time. Very well, Mr. Wright. All this evidence here. It's gotta be something I can use. The question is, which item can prove something is missing in the floor plans? I mean... the blue badger or the tape? I feel like the tape shows that the blue badger was there. So I don't know which of them they want me to show here. I'm gonna show the blue badger. What about that piece of plywood? The blue badger, mascot of the police force. The mark on the floor plan. Defender of truth, guardian of proof. Explain yourself, Mr. Wright. Please look at the floor plans of the crime scene. The blue badger is not here. So watch what happens when we put him in. This is where he was dancing at the time of the crime. Well? What? That's right. So long as the blue badger is dancing here, it would be impossible to place a handprint at this spot on the locker. What? I really like that animation on him. The windy I got shot animation. So that means, what exactly does that mean? It means it can't be done. What are you saying? Blood traces were undeniably found on that locker. Don't look at me. I didn't put it there. Right, think it through scientifically. On that afternoon, Officer Meekins was the one who brought the blue badger to the evidence room, right? After we put it down, it would be impossible to leave a handprint on that locker. That must mean this blood mark was left there before the blue badger was brought in. Just one moment. I will not allow such far-fetched balderdash in my courtroom. It may sound far-fetched, Your Honor. It's the only possible explanation. On February 21st, in the police department's evidence room, blood was spilled not once, but twice. But how? One time was captured on this tape, taken by the security camera. Officer Meekins cut his hand, from which a trivial amount of blood fell. The problem is the other time. Someone bled prior to the struggling shown in this tape. It had to have been Detective Goodman when he was really murdered. It's ridiculous. I refuse to accept your absurd claim. The murder portrayed in the security tape has been proven to be a fake. However, that does not explain the blood mark found in the locker. So then, assuming this murder you purport really happened, when did it take place? I demand you show evidence that proves when it occurred. When did the first incident occur? To summarize, the defense claims that prior to Officer Meekins being cut by Jake Marshall, who was posing as Detective Goodman, another incident took place in that evidence room. That's right, the blood mark on the locker proves this. Very well, then tell us, when did the first incident occur? As Mr. Edgeworth said, proof must be presented. Proof that shows when the murder took place. There's only one piece of evidence that can show that. Now then, will the defense please present this evidence? What shows when the first crime took place? So, it's definitely the ID thing, but yeah, it died within an hour and a half of 4 p.m. And this would put it at 4:20 p.m. So, if the crime took place inside the evidence room, then the killer would have had to enter it. And in order to do so, an ID card would have been required. ID card. Oh, the ID card record. Officer Meekins brought the Blue Badger panel into the evidence room at, let's see here, 4:50 p.m. Crime took place before that time, then it would be 4:40 p.m. Ah! I mean, it could also have been at 7:77 to 4:20 p.m. But that would also fit the time. Ah! Miles Edgeworth! Just what have you done? Never would have figured you had the nerve, boy. Drop the act, witness. It doesn't take a lot of thought to figure out it couldn't have been me. Nope, I ain't getting it. I'm afraid I don't understand either. It's clear from the luminol test that the blood was there. However, when the second crime took place, both Officer Meekins and Officer Marshall failed to notice the blood. That means the blood from the first crime was wiped away. Edgeworth kills again, but the real murderer. I would have had just 10 minutes to murder the victim, carry his body away, and clean up the blood. Unfortunately, that's physically impossible. Now if they had 20 minutes, the crime must have taken place before Mr. Edgeworth entered the evidence room. Let's look at the chart again. There's only one other card number remaining, 7777777. Talk about a lucky number. But wait, that doesn't make sense. How could Detective Goodman have entered the evidence room? Since there's no record of his card being used beforehand, he must have entered along with the real murderer. That's the only plausible explanation. He went in with 7777777. Mr. Edgeworth, please look into this ASAP. Find out whose ID number is 777777777. That's 17 too many, Your Honor. Fortunately, unable to look up the owner of that ID card, at least at present. What? Explain yourself, son. The ID number 7777777 belongs to someone with a rank of captain or higher. Someone who is a so-called executive officer. You don't have the authority to inquire into such a person's identity. But that's ridiculous. Just how... I'm not finished talking, Mr. Wright. There's one situation in which we can be granted such authority. If an official charge filed against an executive is accepted. An official charge? You're all alike, aren't you? Yes. When you cover-ups and your forgeries. That's how the prosecutor's office operates. I take pride in my work, Officer Marshall. I'd appreciate it if you would keep your slander to yourself. Slander, is it? Okay. Let me ask a question. Yes? No, not to you. To her, the defendant sitting over there. Your own little executive. Lana? Don't be stupid. She's been charged with murder. Of course we've looked up her ID number, and it's not 7777777. Don't play me for a fool, partner. That's not what I want to ask. All I want to know is one thing about that incident. SO9 incident. Answer me this, Chief Prosecutor. In that trial 2 years ago, did you really only use legitimate evidence? You need the witness to repeat his question, Chief Prosecutor. I heard him fine, Mr. Edgeworth. 2 years ago, I was in charge of the prosecution for that trial. At the time, occasionally we felt the powerlessness of the law. At least I did. Lana became a prosecutor in order to suppress crime with the law. But before I realized it, we were the ones being suppressed by the law. Bandit, just what are you saying? I like the idea of them just swapping off at the stand, like when they need to talk. I'll ask you again, Chief Prosecutor. During that trial 2 years ago, did you really present all the evidence in court? Can you look me, an investigator in that crime, in the eye and say that you did? Chief Prosecutor, you didn't. I don't have to, Officer Marshall. Why won't you answer him? Drastic crimes require drastic measures. That's just the way it is. We did what we had to do in order for him to get the verdict he deserved. But, Lana, even if it involved forging evidence. Days off changed? I won't know until tomorrow, and honestly, probably won't be able to. What I'll probably do is either cancel the second as a day off, or just keep it and I'll have a 4-day weekend, because... Oh, not the second. Memorial Day is the other weekend. Cancel it and have a 3-day weekend, 2 weekends in a row? I don't know. The other one is too close to me already asking for a 5-day weekend, which I need for Kineticon. So what I'll probably do is, on the 22nd, I'll just do my work, and then finish at 12:30 and start streaming at like 1. Like, I'll take a quick, like, shower or something, get ready, get prepped, and start at like 1:30. But I'll at least inquire. It's worth asking. But I won't know till tomorrow. See, that's what I'm talking about. No. No! Order! 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 Lana's remarks caused such a stir. The chaos would have to wait the following day. I swear I'm not double hitting that button. We continued. Alright, well, she admitted to forging evidence. She admitted that she made up evidence in a trial whose outcome was a man being executed. That is a bad luck. That is so not good. So not good. I mean, it would be bad enough if he was in prison for the 2 years since then. But he was executed. And she made up evidence. That's not great. February 24th, 3:12 p.m., Wright & Co. law offices. Also, 1 second. Oh, sorry, Mr. Wright. Sorry for what my sister said. Oh, the death penalty is absolutely unacceptable. Hard stop. Hard stop. No argument. Yeah. 100%. Drastic crimes require drastic measures. That's just the way it is. We did what we had to do in order for him to get the verdict he deserved. I didn't know. I never knew that the SO9 incident was just another name for Joe Dark killings. Sounds like everyone's heard about these killings but me. All I wanted Darks convicted so badly. That's why she used me. That's why she used what happened to me. What do you mean, what happened to you? It's all there in the files. Joe Dark's last victim was Prosecutor Neil Marshall. When he murdered Officer Marshall's brother, he left behind an incriminating piece of evidence. What do you have to do with those killings, Emma? The night Prosecutor Neil Marshall was murdered, Joe Dark tried to kill me. What? He tried to kill you? Officer Marshall's brother, Neil, was only trying to save me. So that means you... Yes. I was a witness in the Joe Dark trial. Didn't see that one coming. I didn't see that one coming. He didn't see that one coming. He didn't see the fact that she was a witness in the Joe Dark trial coming. He couldn't have possibly, there's no way he could have ever have seen that coming. That Emma Skye was a witness in the Joe Dark trial. Phoenix, come on. Happened 2 years ago. It was right about this time of the year, too. It was a terrible thunderstorm that day, unusual for the season. I was alone in my sister's office. We were planning to eat dinner together once she'd finished her work. Then suddenly, this terrifying man came bursting into the office. Joe Dark. It seemed like he was running from someone. He pulled out a knife and screamed at me. I didn't know what was going on. Just then, Prosecutor Marshall showed up. Jake Marshall's brother. Joe Dark tried to take me hostage, but before he could, Mr. Marshall tackled him. Then, I'll never forget it. Lightning struck, and the lights went out suddenly. A bolt of lightning flashed outside the window, lighting up the office for an instant. I saw then burned a permanent picture in my mind. I can still see it now. Permanent picture. I don't remember the moment when Dark stabbed Mr. Marshall. So you weren't able to testify about that? No, I was only asked about when I was attacked. That must be why she made up the crime. Made it up? You mean, provided bogus evidence? The prosecutor's office wanted that guilty verdict so bad. Lana forged the evidence and Mr. Edgeworth used it. What was going on outside? So she basically witnessed a murder. But they just ended up with, like, since she didn't see knife enter wound, that wasn't evidence, so Lana forged it? Edgeworth. Yes, but I'm sure he didn't know anything about it. He couldn't have known he was being given false evidence. Even so, that's when it all started. The rumors about Mr. Edgeworth, I mean, it's all my fault. No, it sounds like it's actually all Lana's fault. If I could have just testified properly, none of this would have happened. It's true, even though he may not have known it. Edgeworth really was involved in falsifying evidence. If you don't know about it, I mean, it would still make it an accurate statement to say Miles Edgeworth was involved in a case that had falsified evidence, but not knowingly or willingly. After that case ended, Lana was never the same. She became cold like she is today. She must not have been able to face up what she did, especially not to Emma. Where do you see in the instant that crime occurred? He knocked down Mr. Marshall and raised his knife. Neil Marshall was stabbed right in front of this poor girl? I don't remember what happened after that. Apparently I passed out. When I came to, Lana was cradling me in her arms. Poor Emma, you've been through so much. I couldn't bring myself to testify about that instant. I tried, but the words just wouldn't come out. Drew a picture, but it wasn't any good. 2 years ago. I must have been 14. That's understandable. Once it was all over, I made up my mind. I decided that when I grew up I'd become a scientific investigator. I want to be able to fight crimes with my testimonies, and find the evidence to make an airtight case. That way Lana would never have to forge any. See, I think I'm finally starting to understand what makes Emma tick. But there's still something that bothers me about that crime. Something that's puzzling me, Emma. What is it? You said you were in Lana's office at that time, right? That's right. Why then would a serial killer come running in there? Not only that, but he was being chased by a prosecutor? Oh, there's no mystery there. Joe Dark had been taken in for questioning that day. Taken in for questioning? You mean by the police? Of course. This happened at the police department. He tried to run away halfway through the interview and fled into my sister's office. But why did he run all the way over to your sister's office? Because the detective's offices and the questioning room are right across from the elevator. Across from the elevator? But Lana was the chief prosecutor, wasn't she? No, silly. Didn't I tell you? 2 years ago, Lana was a detective. She was the best in the entire force. What? It's news to me. After the Joe Dark case, she was transferred to the prosecutor's office and made chief prosecutor. She used to be a detective? Better have another talk with her. Alright, let's go have a chat. Lana! Mr. Wright, seems I keep causing you trouble. Falsifying evidence. Didn't think you were the type. Criminals don't mind playing foul, why should we? But Lana, if you're wrong, an innocent person might be found guilty. Believe me, I understand the risks. Lana, Emma told me about you. About how you were a detective 2 years ago, and how the SO9 incident was the reason for your transfer to the prosecutor's office. That's right. Could you fill me in on the details? Especially about that unusual change of jobs. Suppose you have a right to know, Mr. Wright. A lot of revelations were uncovered at the trial today, not the least of which was the fact that this case is largely connected to another one 2 years ago. Evidence from that case was stolen as well. Well, I expected as much. I know how obsessive Officer Marshall can be. That trial, it really wasn't fair, was it? I believed in you, Lana. I believed that no matter what happened, you'd always stick to the truth. Couldn't be helped, Emma. At that trial 2 years ago, I sold my soul. Well, all drama aside, the fact of the matter is, at 5:15 there was no murder at the police department. Tell me it's not true, Lana. What the witness, Miss Starr, said. About you stabbing Mr. Goodman with a knife. Lana, I don't understand. Why won't you tell us? This doesn't involve just me. I don't think I've ever seen Lana look so fazed before. It's true, I was a member of the police force 2 years ago. She was amazing. We still talk about all the cases she and Chief Gant cracked together. Gant, he was the deputy chief of the police back then, but he still worked the crime scenes. Damon Gant, he was everything I aspired to be. They were the best team ever. They solved crimes before the reports could even be filled. I really idolizes their big sister. Now you're chief prosecutor. What happened? I was planned on becoming a prosecutor. The reason I became a detective was to gain experience investigating crime scenes, so you could use that experience in court, right? Gant's help in the SO9 case was crucial to its resolution. After that, he became chief of police and arranged my transfer to the prosecution's office. Maybe I should ask more about this investigation of theirs 2 years ago. Yeah, no kidding. 2 years ago, I was second in command of the detectives investigating Dark. Second in command? That means the investigation lead was Damon Gant, right? Yes, Deputy Chief Gant and I shared the same office and the same investigations. We even had the same office. We led a team of the best detectives on the force. Detective Goodman, whose case it was, Jake Marshall, and Angel Starr. It was the first time Marshall worked with his brother. He was quite gung-ho. Without a doubt, Joe Dark was the serial killer. We asked him to come in for questioning. We were desperate for evidence. That's when his final murder took place. He tried to murder Emma. Prosecutor Marshall was trying to save me from Dark. You see, the first person who happened upon the scene of the crime was me. Now you tell us. Damon Gant and Neil Marshall were the ones questioning Dark that day. The investigation was in its final stages, and Dark must have suddenly panicked. So he waited until Gant and Marshall let the guards down, then fled the room. There, he ran straight to the office shared by Deputy Chief Gant and myself. That's where he found me. I was the first person to run to the scene, Lana. Here so. I was filing some papers while Gant and Marshall were questioning Dark. Huh. That doesn't add up. Look at all. When I returned to my office, I saw 3 bodies on the floor and smelled blood. 3 bodies. Prosecutor Marshall, the victim, Emma, who had passed out, and the suspect, Joe Dark. During the struggle, it seems Mr. Marshall struck a final blow before he died. Joe Dark had incurred a minor concussion and lay unconscious. What did you do? To be honest, I panicked. I picked up Emma, carried her out of the room, and just held her. Can't blame her. After all, her sister must have gone through. After that, I placed Dark under immediate arrest. Let me get this straight. You were all involved in the SO9 incident. That's right. Quite a coincidence. Don't buy it. What are you saying? There's no way everyone involved in this trial was also involved in that incident. Just by chance. But that case was solved 2 years ago. At least one person went to extremes because they didn't believe it was truly solved. Officer Marshall. Yes, his actions came as a surprise to me as well. Ever since his brother died, he's changed completely. Yes, he wasn't convinced the ruling against Joe Dark. Life doesn't end with the closing of a case. Everyone has to live with the rest of their lives with their memories. That case just might not be over yet. Emma was assaulted by Dark at the police department, right? Yes, in the office that Damon Gant and I shared. The office that Mr. Gant now occupies by himself, the chief's office. Maybe we should have a look at the chief's office, the site of the final SL9 murder. Alright, I don't know if we have to present anything. I'm gonna assume not. We'll come back if we have to. If we have to, I'll come back. February 24th, Police Station, Criminal Affairs Department. I don't see Detective Gumshoe anywhere. Things seem kind of quiet around here today. Right. Chief of Detectives seems the same, though. Why don't we go look for some other people to talk to? Right. You can come back here later. But we're gonna go to his office? February 24th, Police Department. Buddy Bambina. Oh, Mr. Marshall. Thought things would turn out this way when I woke up this morning. Hey, Sarah, Sarah, you never know where life will lead you, eh, Bambina? Could have known my luck had run out when old Billy dried up this morning. Billy? Must be his pet cactus. Say, where are you headed? Oh, sorry, that was Phoenix. Just over to the prosecutor's office for a little interrogation. It's a voluntary appearance, but we all know I won't be coming back. Sorry, but you can't go in the evidence room today, partner. But, Mr. Marshall, why did you do it? Why do prospectors head west? If there was a case I needed to know the truth about, it was that one. Before you turn yourself in, Mr. Marshall, do you mind telling us exactly what happened? Looks like I won't be getting a steak lunch today. I mean, we gave you one yesterday for free, so... Something was fishy about that trial from the beginning. It wasn't just me either. All the detectives thought so. What do you mean fishy? Some of the facts reported were inconsistent with the evidence we found. For example, the murder weapon. Murder weapon? You mean that switchblade knife with the broken tip? It's Joe Dark's, alright. But in the initial autopsy report, a question was raised. Question? The blade of the knife was not a perfect match with the wound the victim suffered. What does that mean? It means there's a good chance that knife was not the murder weapon. However, in the report that was finally submitted, that possibility had been erased. Facts have been concealed with forged evidence? The case left behind scars on all of us. The scars that SO9 incident left behind. I got the looks, but he got the brains. He was one of the best prosecutors around. I just made detective when it went down. It's our first case together. How old was he? Your brother. He was 27 at the time. He was awarded the highest honor that very day. The highest honor? You mean the King of Prosecutors? Knew it. What are you looking at me like that for? That's an honor for a prosecutor. Mr. Marshall must have really been close with his brother. The day the SO9 incident took place, that was the same day as... That's right. It's the day of the evidence transferal. Interesting. It was drizzling that morning, and by nightfall there was thunder. Can't believe 2 years have gone by already. Tried to steal the evidence so the case wouldn't die. Apparently someone tried to stop you. Detective Goodwin was murdered. The evidence locker was empty. There was something going on behind the scenes in that case. We all knew that later. Every detective involved in that investigation, save one, was taken care of. Miss Starr was fired and I was demoted and boxed away in a tiny room. What about Detective Goodman? If they did something to him too, the commissioners would get suspicious. Nah, they were careful enough not to be too obvious. They? Who are you talking about? Don't get upset, Bambina. I mean Damon Gant and Lana Sky. The investigation lead, Damon Gant, and his second in command, Lana Sky. There wasn't a person on the force who hadn't heard of that duo. The case was the biggest step in both of their careers. After the case ended, Lana transferred to the prosecutor's office, right? Yeah, Damon Gant, the new chief of police, arranged for that to happen. She's never been the same since she left. Everyone who knew her said so. Chief Prosecutor Sky was totally different when she was a detective. Now that he mentions it, Emma said something like that too. Tell me, what happened to my sister? Sorry, Bambina, but her secret is too well guarded. Never found out. On a secret. It all started 2 years ago. So there you have it. That's my story. Did you enjoy it, partner? Certainly enlightening. It's one thing for sure I found out in court today. That boy Edgeworth isn't my enemy. Yeah, no kidding. He was the one who used falsified evidence to get a guilty verdict. But someone else was the one who gave him that evidence and planned everything. Someone is Damon Gant. Don't believe me? Well, I don't blame you. I wouldn't even be a patrolman after today. What was that? Too bad I won't be around to work with you. And to become a real scientific investigator. Adios, Bambina. Did he just, like, spit out the cork? Was it corked the entire time? Was he just fake drinking from it the entire time? And as he's about to turn himself in, he's like, no time like the present, I guess? Just been sucking on a cork this whole time. But now he's like, now's the time. Criminal affairs? This is always pretty empty, but today it's deserted. That must mean everyone's busy solving crimes. Oh, you're looking for the others. They're all in the conference room. Thanks. Wow, you actually talked to us. With the chief prosecutor saying what she did and the decision about what to do. About Mr. Edgeworth, not to mention our statement to the media in tomorrow's trial. There's more chaos going on than Thanksgiving and Christmas put together. I think festive is the word usually used for those. No. Chaos works too. Sir, we'd like to have a look around the Chief Gant's office. Just use the connecting hallway to the other building and take the elevator to the top floor. Really? You mean it's okay for us to go in there? I mean, we aren't police officers or anything. Hey, you're right, you can't go in there, it's off limits! See where Detective Gumshoe gets his unique charm. Well, what are we waiting for? Let's head to the chief's office. Alright, well, let's just go in, I guess. You know, as you do. Wow. Wow, who the hell has an entire pipe organ in their office? That's just... okay. Jeez. That is so too much. Whoa, where am I? Honestly, that's not even a full pipe organ. Like, it takes way more than that for a pipe organ. But that is a pipe organ, but there must be something behind there with way more pipes. In the chief's office, silly. At least that's what he said on the door. They build buildings right. Yeah, exactly. Check out that pipe organ. That's real, isn't it? Yeah, I used to take organ lessons in kindergarten. Said nobody that wasn't raised by, like, nobility. They used to call me Little Miss Bach. Okay, that's cute now. Thought it... damn it. Never could remember where C was. Oh. It's you two. Chief Gant. With that paper he was reading in his desk. So, righto, have you been swimming lately? No, I haven't. Thing operation. Ah, yes, of course. Yeah. I can appreciate that. I've had my hands full too with Mr. Marshall's misconduct. And Lana's provocative statement. Provocative statement? Oh, you mean about the forged evidence? Years have passed since that incident. My, how time flies. See that big picture on the wall over there? That's a picture of Lana, Neil, and me. This is Mr. Marshall's brother, Prosecutor Neil Marshall. We took it to commemorate our work together. Something's not right with this picture. Can't quite seem to put my finger on it, though. Photo at the award ceremony of Gant, Lana, and Neil. Anyway, I'd like to reminisce all day, but there are matters that need my attention. I'm gonna lock up here, so let's go out together. Oh. But this office... There was a crime scene 2 years ago, wasn't it? That case has long since been over. There's no need to investigate it anymore. All the same, we'd still like to have a look around. Perhaps you didn't hear me. I said there's no need to investigate it anymore. Now hurry up and get out. I have a meeting to attend. Yeah, he's a... Let's see. His name sounds like Demon. He's got a pipe organ in his office. And he's not being subtle about things. I wonder. Looks like we aren't welcome. Seems that case isn't over with yet, after all. What do you mean? Chief Gant denied our request to search the crime scene. It means there must be a reason he doesn't want us to looking around in there. You mean like a clue? That'd be a way we can get inside the chief's office. Yeah, clearly. Oh, and also he holds phenomenal power within the police department. Yeah, also that. All of these things point to unadulterated innocence. No one's here today, not even Miss Starr. Everyone's probably busy looking into what exactly went down in the evidence room. That must be where the detectives are. We proved in court today that on the day of the crime, no one was murdered in the evidence room at 5:15 p.m. Yeah, I thought we were finally making some headway in our case. Yeah, no, never. In Japan or otherwise. Power doesn't corrupt. No. But instead it looks like we just ended up making Lana look even more guilty. Looks at Yakuza series. Yeah, that too. Hang in there, Lana. Man, I can't wait to start 6. Like, we gotta get some things crossed off the list first, but I truly can't wait to start 6. Maybe the most annoying police chief to fight. Ooh, gotta find all the answers by tomorrow. Right, so probably not much here. Prosecutor's office? Mr. Edgeworth isn't here. Maybe he's being questioned by an inquiry committee. Took a real beating in court today. Yeah, with Lana admitting to falsifying evidence 2 years ago. Guess we'll just have to come back later. It was a mistake, yes. Correct. It's fine. It's funny how I'd argue that 3 had the worst combat, but 4 had definitely like the worst final fights. For my money. In terms of just like sheer bullshittery. Unadulterated, like, oh, make it stop. No, I won't talk around. They were not good. Those here. Attorneys and prosecutors have no business showing evidence outside of court. It's taboo, especially when the interests of both parties are involved. He means it. Alright. Well, bye. Little affairs? Hey, pal! Detective Gumshoe, are you supposed to be in a meeting? I'm, just taking a breather. My feet hurt. From sitting so long? Actually, serving everyone good coffee. Looks like Detective Gumshoe's still out of the loop. Say, have either of you seen Mr. Edgeworth? Edgeworth? No. Why do you ask? He's under fire from both the police department and the prosecutor's office. It's almost like the battles between you two in court. Sounds serious. Is it because of what my sister said? That's basically what it all boils down to. That falsified evidence 2 years ago. And Mr. Edgeworth has the whole world after his blood. Thanks. Wow, he's really just getting thrown under the bus here. Hardcore. Let me share a little advice with you as a detective. Okay. What you gotta say? Why would Edgeworth be blamed? It's not like he knew the evidence was forged. Lana Sky's the guilty party here, isn't she? Sorry. Regardless, the prosecutor is responsible for the evidence they present in court. Not only that, but as you know, there have been a lot of rumors going around about Mr. Edgeworth. His amazing talent as a prosecutor kept him safe from those who didn't like him. But now with this... Wow, it's so crazy how someone entirely not him made a really bad call, and suddenly he's being thrown under the bus. It's almost like everyone on the police side of things just hates him and wants him out of here this whole time. Are there really so many people who hate him? I mean, except Gumshoe. Gumshoe's clearly on the side. In our world, only those with talent rise to the top. Mr. Edgeworth not only has that, but he's young. There's no better recipe I know for making enemies. Hey, Dick, keep up the good work. Yes, sir. Let's go out for lunch again sometime. My treat. Yes, sir. Gotta take me back to that joint sometime, okay, Dick? Yes, sir. Seems you don't have any problems with enemies. Yeah, well, careful not to stick out. Anyway, I'm a bit worried about him. Under all this pressure, I'm afraid Mr. Edgeworth just might crack. Actually, I took a look at the files earlier while the coffee was brewing. Seems genuinely concerned for Edgeworth. Well, did you find out anything? The only evidence Dark left behind was during his final attack. His final attack? You mean when he killed Prosecutor Marshall, who was trying to protect some girl? Seems Detective Gumshoe never realized Emma was the girl. He left the most incriminating evidence of all. Well, what was it? Oh, let's see. I think it had something to do with the murder weapon. Oh yeah, I forget. Look, it's all written somewhere in here, okay? Powers of recollection never fail to impress. Maybe we should show him the murder weapon. Might jog his memory. Joe Dark was 42 at the time of the crime. He was just your run-of-the-mill businessman. Businessman? What made him take to serial killing? One day on his way home from work, he hit someone with his car. His car? So it was an accident? An accident, yes, but it transformed him into an animal. Ah, yes, once you hit your first person with a car, you get a taste for it. You got that rush of murder, start stabbing people. Yep, that's how it goes. An animal killed a man that witnessed the accident. Oh, okay. He'd walk by just... jeez. Jacker came across the scene, he killed as well, finally turned himself in. Seems he was a pretty careless animal. Of course, this is all conjecture. There wasn't a single shred of evidence, so he turned himself in. Yes, but in the middle of his questioning, he fled and murdered his final victim, Prosecutor Marshall. The crime was witnessed by someone too, but luckily Dark was arrested on the spot. It's a good thing that last witness wasn't killed. Last witness, aka Emma. Clearly he doesn't know, or, I mean, he just read the report, he should, but whatever. About this? Is that? There's a tag attached to it with the label SO9 incident on it. I believe this would be the broken murder weapon you were speaking of. What are you doing with that? Since the case was closed, that knife's been locked away in a locker. Excuse me. The day Detective Goodman was murdered, this suddenly disappeared from the locker. It was found in Mr. Edgeworth's car muffler. That's it. Now I remember what that incriminating piece of evidence was. When he showed me that knife, it all came back to me. Oh, what is it, Detective? Quick! Gotta ask him again. This knife. It was Joe Dark's, wasn't it? That's right. Traced it back to the store he brought it at. Plus it had his fingerprints on it, too. No one actually witnessed him using it to murder anyone, right? That's where his luck ran out. When you take a good look at the knife, you'll see it's broken. You don't have to take a good look to notice that. Yeah, well anyway, take a guess as where the broken off tip of the knife was found. That's what did him in. Where was it? The victim, Neil Marshall, was carrying it inside his own body. It's found deep inside the stab wound. Did it match Dark's knife? You bet, down to the last fiber. It's pretty conclusive. Neil's autopsy report. Stabbed in the back, died from a punctured heart and lung. A knife tip was in the wound. Switchblade knife updated. Broken tip was found in the victim's body. Belonged to murderer Joe Dark. Well, there you have it, in a nutshell. That's all I know. Can I ask you one more thing? What is it? If it's money you need, you should ask Chief Gant. Not money, but it does concern the Chief. His office is a crime scene, right? It's where Prosecutor Neil Marshall was murdered. Chief's out now, and his office is locked. But we'd like to have a look around if that's okay. Any detective's ID card can unlock the door. What? Really? What if I let a civilian in there? I'd be charged with a breach of trust. Breach of trust? Simply put, I'd be canned. No, sorry, pal. I don't plan on getting fired because of you. How about this ID card? It was Detective Goodman's. That won't work either. The data was deleted the day he died. No. So in other words, Gumshoe is our only chance of getting into that office. Wonder if there's something we could show him that would make him change his mind. Picture! Yeah, not that one. Rubber glove? Oh. Hey, that's it. That's the King of Prosecutors Award that Mr. Edgeworth got the other day. We at the award ceremony? I think we saw this one, right? Of course, pal, I got an award for diligence myself. Ah, congratulations. Wondering, why is the award a shield? And why is it broken? Oh, there's a reason. Tell you what it is later. Apparently he's forgotten, yeah. Detective, here's my attorney's badge. Yeah. This guy almost made us lose the case today. What are you talking about? He's guard. This more than you could say about most officers nowadays. Would have saved us a lot of trouble if you hadn't guarded it so well. To admit he's right though. Thanks to the Blue Badger, we were able to prove another possibility today. Possibility that another murder took place prior to 5:15. Right, so it's gonna go down first. That jar. I think I've seen it before somewhere. Somewhere. Maybe it's one of those memories people have from previous lives. Must be the most uninformative detective I've ever met. Something about it makes me feel uneasy. It's like I'm in the chief's office and he's yelling at me. Yeah, I wonder where you could have seen it before. Could be anywhere, honestly. Chief Gant, where could I have seen that before? Trying to make the text fully come out. That's me. Again, but like sometimes it just seems to be happening. There are some times where like I'm hitting it to like speed it up and it skips, but some of them are honestly just it's happening. Thought that would totally be it. No locker can be opened without a fingerprint match. Besides, there's no reason for the murderer to touch his own locker. Hey, wasn't your locker the one with the blood on it, detective? Handprint of the real murderer's glove hand without any fingerprints. They come to arrest me, you'll defend me, right, won't you? If that happens, I think he would do better pleading with Edgeworth. Oh, we already tried the glove, yep. Yep, same. Oh, lost item report, huh? Very impressive, detective. You knew what it was right off the bat. Well, I am a master of misplacement, you know. Master, that is such a cool ring to it. The way I see it, if things are meant to be lost, then they're meant to be lost. There's a higher power at work here. Oh, a higher power? I shouldn't let Emma hold any evidence. For that, definitely gonna be... Oh, hey, that powder is used for detecting fingerprints. Gotta head out and sleep? Oh yeah, no worries. Rest up, see you around. Thanks for hopping by. We, I don't know, we're almost certainly not gonna get to the next, like, trial day. But we should hopefully get to it, I hope. Yeah, Mr. Edgeworth gave it to us. Did what? All I have is some flour. You okay, detective? Quick. Run! Chew! Any help? One time I took a nap on a bench with wet paint. Why am I not comforted? That's AD card record, isn't it? Yes, there's only one number left. Oh, yeah, this would be the one. 4:20 p.m. The victim, Detective Goodman, must have entered the evidence room along with someone else. Someone with an executive officer number. Yeah? 777777. 17 too many, detective. Executive officer, I just might have a hunch. Like, I have so many hunches, but I'm trying to get him... Hey, just bought some of that stuff. I can go around detecting blood traces, too. Wow, is that a new type? Never seen that bottle before. Add 3 inches to your base height. Oh my god. Base height. Let me see that. Looming tail. New and improved growth formula. I mean, this can't detect any blood traces? Well, it's not quite the same thing as luminol. That's why the lady at the counter had that smirk on her face. I already showed him the knife. About this. Is that? Yeah. Yeah, we already showed him that one. Yep, nothing for the shoe. That's the photo that Miss Starr took. Anything you can tell us about it? That Miss Starr is quite the lady. Why, I remember when it was winter. I was 16. She was the only one who ever got me to talk about what happened. 16. That's how old I am now. I wonder what happened. Detective Gumshoe wore a trench coat in high school, too. Phone's not in. Not in. There's no way that's it, but just, you know. We're gonna do the badger, yeah. Parking still. Found Mr. Edgeworth's car, stabbed with Mr. Edgeworth's knife, huh? Oh, we heard this way back. Yep. Goodman's ID. Okay. So we've shown him everything. Why won't he let us... Let us into the room. Let us into the room. And there's got to be something we don't have. They definitely were like, we should show him something, but we did. What if Edgeworth is back yet? There he is. Looks like he's writing something. What are you doing here? He sure was quick to throw that paper on the floor. Tough day in court, huh? Had to live the past 2 years with rumors flying around. What's another allegation to me? Sure, Mr. Edgeworth, I'm rooting for you. That's Edgeworth for you. Always trying to hide his real feelings. But what did he want? Unlike some people, I don't have all day. Well, a lot to ask about. There's no excuse for what I've done. 2 years ago, I used false evidence to obtain a guilty verdict. That's what it all breaks down to, and nothing I do can erase that fact. You didn't know, did you? I mean, that the evidence was false. That the evidence was falsified. The police department and the prosecutor's office share a bond of trust. That bond is broken, we stand to lose everything. The police department's error is my error, my responsibility as the prosecutor in charge. But by that exact same equivalent exchange, it's also their fault, and nobody seems to care. That fact remains the same, no matter what excuses I might have. Mr. Edgeworth, take pride in my work. So tell me why. Why has it all come to this? Even Edgeworth can't keep this kind of emotion bottled up. You up for the trial tomorrow? First last year's trial and now this one. It seems all you do is worry about me. To be honest, you're getting on my nerves. But Mr. Edgeworth, you can't just walk out on the trial. Tomorrow's the last day. It's too late to change prosecutors. I'll bet that's what my superiors are banking on. Never thought that case would come back to haunt me like this. What do you mean? The list of evidence, it seems too short. Most lists run twice as long. It's only half as long as most lists. That is odd. Mr. Neil Marshall was murdered. I became prosecutor for that case. I may not have been part of the investigation, but I knew what I had to do. Use the evidence I was given to prove the suspect guilty. That was really the only thing on my mind that day. Say, we just saw a picture taken around that time. Picture? Something seems strange about it. Could you tell us about what happened that day? The day that Detective Goodman was murdered. You were participating in a ceremony over at the station, right? I didn't care for ceremonies, but I had to attend that one. Because you were awarded this. Those receiving awards can't exactly skip out on the ceremony. Finished up at the office in the morning, then drove over to the police department. You finished up at the office? Yes, just odds and ends. Clerical stuff. Didn't plan on returning to the office that day. It was until I was asked to take something back. Take something back? This. Oh yeah, Chief Gant asked you to hold on to that, didn't he? Wow, so what you're saying is he wouldn't have been here to have his car have someone stuffed into the trunk with a knife if Chief Gant hadn't asked him to do that. Chief Damon Gant, with a sinister pipe organ in his room, who seems to be concealing evidence currently. I'm sure there's no connecting fabric. Yes, that was a piece of evidence in a case that was closed half a year ago. He asked me to bring it back to the prosecutor's office. It's a story we heard yesterday. We came back here to the prosecutor's office because the chief asked you to. That's right. This picture was hanging on the wall in Chief Gant's office. Prosecutor Neil Marshall. He had just started making a name for himself. Looks like this was taken when we received the King of Prosecutors trophy. Speaking of that, there's something that bothers me. Yes? The trophy Mr. Marshall is holding. A little different than yours. Yes, you're right. Ah, I remember now. Remember what? That was what the official Prosecutor's Trophy looked like until 2 years ago. The story behind its design. Story? Sounds interesting. Do you mind telling us? Simple, really. Contradiction. That's what the award is based on. This award originates from an ancient Chinese tale. In Chinese, the word contradiction is written with 2 characters. First means halberd, second means shield. Have you heard this story? Me? Sure, everyone knows that. Why don't you tell it, though? For Emma's sake. Very well. Long ago in the kingdom of Chu, there was an arms merchant. One day, he presented the king with 2 items. First was a halberd he claimed he could slice through any shield or armor. The second was a shield he claimed could withstand any weapon. Wait a minute. Those claims contradict each other. Very perceptive, but then again, you've heard this story before, right? Anyway, as you mentioned, the very descriptions of these items discredit them both. When the king pointed this out, the merchant was left speechless, and thus the Chinese word for contradiction was born. I see. So the chipped shield and broken knife symbolize... Precisely so. They symbolize the merchant's items. The ancient tale ends with the merchant at a loss for words, but it's in our nature to pursue matters to their conclusion, even if it results in something as ugly as this. Wow, thanks, Mr. Edgeworth. I learned something new today. That's funny. If that's so, then why were you only given a shield? I have to ask Chief Gant. 2 years ago, he had the halberd part of the award abolished. Chief Gant, 2 years ago, had a spiky portion of something done away with. King of Prosecutors Trophy updated in the court record. However, I don't think that's going to help us have anything new. Alright. Oh, parking lot? Excuse me. Oh, hello. Would either of you care for a quarter pound of roast beef? Miss Star, I guess she's out of lunches. You certainly are the curious sort, aren't you? Kinda like the first person who sucked a cow's nipple to discover milk. Exactly like that. Still, I never thought you'd go digging up that case from 2 years ago. Everyone in this trial was involved in the SO9 incident. Not only that, but the murder occurred on the very day the evidence from the case was due for transferal. This can't be all attributed to mere coincidence. Aren't you forgetting something? You know that little scene I happened to witness? The instant Lana stabbed Detective Goodman with a knife. No matter how much of the past you dig up, it won't change what I saw. Roast beef is meant to be savored when eaten. It Star's hatred towards Lana all dates back to 2 years ago. Joe Dark, that's a name I'll not soon forget. We trailed him for half a year. Oh, the pressure. Still, I don't think I was ever more alive than I was then. Those days were steamier than a bowl of hot gravy. Poor old Jack Marshall, though, must have been going through hell. I mean, because of his brother's death. They were close, those two. After Neil died, something took over Jake. He became obsessed. Seeing Jake like that made her all the more desperate. Her? Lana Skye. My sister? The best of the best were put on that SL9 case. Of course, they were led by that legendary duo. Lana and Chief Gant. That legendary pair was the reason we were able to keep up our investigation. Why we were so shocked over how it turned out. You mean with the forging of the evidence? Don't get me wrong, Joe Dark got what he deserved. Still, it was obvious the evidence produced in court was being manipulated. Items our team never found would suddenly appear, while other items were kept secret. But you don't have proof anything illegal was done. Proof enough. What happened? After that case, all of us, save Goodman, were relieved of our duties. Most without even so much as an explanation. Then Lana Skye transferred to the prosecutor's office and became chief prosecutor. Lana always wanted to be a prosecutor. Nothing's quite as simple as it appears. Huh? Lana Skye was merely being used as a pawn. That's my take on the matter. She was being used. Damon Gant and Lana Skye. Gant led the investigation with Lana second in command. They were the best. They solved all kinds of cases together, didn't they? Damon Gant's magnetism in particular was almost unreal. His magnetism? By that I mean his ability to attract evidence. He produced the most incredible evidence in the cases he handled. Incredible evidence? You mean... Oh yes, there were rumors about him even back then. No one dared confront him, though. I guess she's talking about forged evidence. Back then, everyone looked up to Lana. All the detectives wanted to be like her. Really? Oh yes, myself included. I was a fool, really. She hated anything crooked and always watched out for the other detectives. That's why she was so concerned for Jake. Mr. Marshall? When Jake's brother was murdered, she felt as if she had lost her own brother. If it wasn't for her, I don't think Jake would have ever recovered from his shock. That's what makes it all the more infuriating. A star. That's why I'll never be able to forgive her. Why does she have to turn so cold after that? You know, sitting here and angrily stating how you'll never be able to forgive someone, while in the same sentence being like, she's clearly guilty because I saw her do the thing, and I was the only one who saw her do the thing. I'm the only witness, but my witness testimony is airtight. Also, I can never forgive her for a totally unrelated thing. That definitely wouldn't make me ever blame her for murder. This is Lana transferred to the prosecutor's office 2 years ago, didn't she? Yes, thanks to Chief Grant's powerful influence. Chief. That's right. Having solved the SL9 case, his position as chief was secured. There's only one thing left for him to control. Then no one could stand in his way. The prosecutor's office. What? You mean that's why Lana was transferred? Give her that steak dinner clearly, huh? She might appreciate it. He could control the chief prosecutor. He could control the prosecutor's office. That must have been his goal all along. But how could he control Lana? No. Yeah, because she's got so much beef. Don't understand, but one thing's for sure. Ever since that case ended, she's never been the same. That's true, Onigiri hat. It's only logical to conclude there must have been a reason for her change. At last, finally getting close to the bottom of this ugly mess. Thank you, Miss Star. You listen to me, rookie. It takes more than just ingredients to create fine cuisine. I hope you turn out to be a better chef than I've been. We still don't have anything to show frickin'... There's nothing we can show Gumshoe yet. No, you're back. Still here. Gotta make 150 copies of these files. Brewing coffee, copying files. I'm turning into a regular DJ. You're a DJ as well? If I'm not mistaken, I think he means desk jockey. Oh my god. Oh, that DJ. Gotta admire your persistency, but my answer's still no. I'm not letting you into the chief's office, period. Be my neck on the line. The office is the last crime scene of the SL9 incident. I have to take a look in there. There's gotta be something we can do to make the detective change his mind. He didn't get any new evidence, so we showed him everything. Showed him everything! Oh. This was updated. And that's it. It's the King of Prosecutor, it's the same thing. It's kind of gory after that. I'll spare you the... Oh. So he... Apparently, the chief changed it because he's a fan of shields. Dragon. Thing for shields, see? Yeah. Okay, never mind. See, he doesn't know. What other evidence got updated there? What the hell do we get him to let us in? We've shown him everything! Shown him everything. There's a metal plate, yeah, I've seen this. I don't think there's anything for us to discover. Neil Marshall, date and time of death, February 19, 7 p.m., 7:30 p.m. Cause of death, single stab wound piercing heart lung. Assessment, died from blood loss in under 10 minutes. Weapon found on wound was missing tip. There's nowhere else we can move to with anything new. This is something new here. You'd think it would be the SL9 case file. It's just gonna have to present everything again? We don't have anything new. Come on. Where could you have seen it before? Clearly in the picture, but like... Still not... All the pieces are here, but he's just not going to bring us up to the office. Saw this one. Nothing for that. It's the one where he sneezes. D cards. So literally all the pieces are here, and he just hasn't. Here's something else. Knife. Nothing there. Nothing about the shoe. Picture. Something happened when he was 16. He only told her. Phone is nothing. Number is nothing. Autopsy report's nothing. Manager goes to the same thing. Yes, maybe something's missing. Like, if there was going to be that missing piece of the jar, it would make sense to me if it was up in his office. Which is where we're trying to get to. And they keep being like, oh, we should be able to show him something that'll convince him to bring us up. Joe's still here. The badger dance, yep. It's the badger dance. Can I take out his batteries? Yeah. Nothing here. Didn't be anything else at detention center. With those two, we can safely cross off the list. Guess we could try presenting her with stuff? I doubt she'll have anything. Anything? This was the only one left we haven't just rubbed all the items on yet. But it really seems like she said her whole piece. She'd have nothing to say about that one. Nada. Yeah, this is all stuff we would have been able to show her earlier anyway now. Don't think there's anything new here. Still shows it as unchecked, which I don't like, but... Oh, the paper he shoved under the desk. I wonder what he was writing before. Come on, Mr. Wright, let's take a look. You crazy? Edgeworth is standing right there. Just distract him, I'll check it out. Hey, Edgeworth. Is that Detective Gumshoe at the window there? Oh no, he's falling to the ground. Hold on, let's let me see what this girl's doing crawling around my feet. Didn't even look. What? Letter of... You're having trouble reading, I'll read it for you. It says, letter of resignation. Ah, that might convince Gumshoe. Resignation? Edgeworth, you don't mean... I heard right. I feel as if something inside me has died. But Mr. Edgeworth, none of it's your fault. I know the path I've walked, you don't need to tell me. The path I've walked hasn't been a just one. I can't forgive myself for what I've done. No one else should forgive me either. Uh-oh. I think he's serious. Mr. Wright, please, you have to do something. This letter of resignation. I wonder if I can use it for anything. Yeah, that's probably the thing. Yeah, we're just gonna borrow this. Goodbye! Don't worry about it. What's this crumpled piece of paper? No way! Mr. Edgeworth can't be serious. Is he ever not serious? I can't believe they pushed him this far. Mr. Edgeworth really feels responsible. When I first met him, I thought he was as cold as ice too. But I know different now. He trusted us detectives to provide him with sound evidence. We betrayed him. Detective. That's it, made up my mind. But... Here, take my ID card. You can't do that. If someone found out, they wouldn't let you off the hook with another lost item report. Look at me. It's no secret I'm already out of the loop. After all, I'm friends with Mr. Edgeworth. Depending on how this case turns out, I may already be as good as terminated. Right? So at least let me do this, for Mr. Edgeworth's sake. Alright, Detective. Thank you. Gumshoe's ID tucked swiftly into pockets. Alright, well, let's move it. Go examine organ room, February 24th, Police Department. Chief's office. Here goes, Mr. Wright. Click. Beep. If anyone finds us now, Detective Gumshoe's a goner. If that happens, I'm counting on you to bail me out. Thank God! Slap him again? Why is that her fear response? Sorry, I thought you were a ghost. Didn't even know you could slap a ghost. Ah, Detective Gumshoe! What are you doing sneaking up on us like that? I wasn't sneaking. I was just worried something might go wrong. So I came too. If you're here, then what's the point of giving us your ID card? Gumshoe's ID crushed and rendered unusable in pocket. Hey, don't do that to my card! Aw, well. Hardly ever get a chance to come in here, so I figured I'd have a look around myself. Besides, we're all in this together now. You really do want to get fired, don't you? Not if we're lucky. Now come on, let's see what we can find. Got a bad feeling about this. Desk on the other side of the room. Was that your sister's? Yes, that's where I was waiting for Luna. Day 2 years ago. Is anyone using it now? No, sir. This is entirely Chief Gant's office now. He practices a strict policy of preserving the crime scene. It's a strange reason to leave it there. He leaves it as a warning to everyone else. He wants us to always be alert. He told us so himself at our New Year's party. Of course, he was pretty intoxicated at the time. See, so ever since Lana left, no one ever touches that desk. No one except Chief Gant and the cleaning lady who's in here each morning. Still, 2 years have passed since that incident. There can't possibly be any clues remaining. Can I ask you something? Sure. You only came here to look around, right? Because it's one of the SL9 crime scenes. I mean, that's the only reason for coming here, isn't it? Why do you ask? You don't think? Nah, you wouldn't be. Nah. No, there's no way. Never mind. Don't worry about it. Okay, now then, let's look around a bit more. Hey, hold on! Not so fast, buddy! Huh? What is it? When someone tells you don't worry about it, it's supposed to start bothering you, pal. Don't just let it go at that. Sorry, this guy's starting to get on my nerves. Okay, so what's bothering you? You don't think Chief Gant might be a suspect, do you? Wait, he's right, Mr. Wright. What do we think of him? Oh, he's so totally a suspect. Chief Gant, so it finally came to this. What do I think of him? Perhaps it's best I don't divulge my feelings yet. There you go, ignoring me again. Well, gonna ignore you more. Bye! Time to look around. It's safe, isn't it? Safe. That word is ripe with intrigue. Okay, say so. Looks like a code needed to be entered in this panel to open it. 7-digit number. I think I just might know what it is. You know what it is? I have a hunch. Okay, I know. You want to try my birthday? It's... Better idea. Here goes nothing. Wow, that is the most, not the most guessable password, but I'd argue the 7th most guessable password. Bingo! What number did you enter? Whose birthday was that, pal? 7777777. The final ID card number on that record. What? The number of the mysterious executive officer who entered the room that day. You mean 7777777? That ID number? Think you're 17 shy this time? It can only mean one thing. It's Chief Gant's ID number. Say, anyone care to look inside? Nah, I mean I opened it, but that's it. Is there any money in there? How much does he have stashed away? Look, it's a shard from a broken cup. This somehow looks familiar. Where have I seen this before? There's something else in here too. What's this? It looks like a piece of leather cloth. This is a handprint, isn't it? Hey, I saw someone wearing a shirt like that once. You think Chief made up the design? I don't think so. Oh, well, it's just a thought. Is that it? That's all that was in the safe? Apparently so. It's empty now. Piece of cloth with a handprint on it and a broken shard from a cup. They look like pieces of evidence. Yeah, but unless you can prove they have something to do with this case, I'm afraid I can't just let you take them. After all, it's my neck on the line here. Great. Now I have to prove their relevancy to get them. How are these 2 items related to the SL9 incident? There's got to be something we can show the detective. Probably. I mean, most likely that. Detective Gumshoe, could you have another look at this jar? When the 3 of us put that back together. Ah, those were the days. Kind of early to be nostalgic. Wasn't this jar a piece of evidence from that case? That's right. One of these shards had an SL9 incident sticker on it. Doesn't that ring any bells? You know, that fragment we just found. You mean this one that was in the safe? Yeah, that one. That was in the safe. Now that you mention it, it's ringing a lot of bells. Let's see if it fits. Assemble fragments. Yeah, let me see that shard. I'll take a crack at this. Go ahead, pal. Show us what a rookie can do. Mr. Wright, here's some glue. I can piece this together again. It'll prove Chief Gant was knowingly hiding evidence. Here goes. It fits like a charm. That, of course, means Chief Gant willingly and knowingly hid a piece of this jar in his safe. In other words, he concealed a piece of evidence from the SL9 incident. But, hey guys, get a load of this! What is it? This piece you just attached. It's different from the others. There's a reddish line on it. Reddish line? It's blood. I don't get it. Why would Chief Gant hide this in a safe? Unstable jar updated in the court record. Okay. Do we have to present whatever would have the piece of leather? The handprint? It's that? No. Alphabet looked in. Desk. Wow, look at the size of Chief Gant's desk. Speaking of that, when we were here earlier. It's you too. Chief Gant. Look at that paper he was reading on his desk. Wonder what he was reading. This looks like list of evidence. List of evidence? In most cases, the list runs twice as long as this though. Hey, look at the case name. Huh? SL9 incident? Wonder what this is doing here. Hold on, detective. What did you just say? I said, I wonder what... No, about evidence lists normally they're twice as long. That's right. I guess there wasn't a lot of evidence. Half-size list of evidence. List of evidence. It seems too short. Most lists run twice as long. What would the other half of the list be doing here? I knew it! The chief must be hiding something about that case. It appears so. Evidence list added to the court record. Big desk. List of evidence. List we're doing here. Oh. That's the drawing she did then. I wonder what this is. Looks like someone drew some kind of sketch here. What is it? Did you find something? Can't make it out. I better keep quiet about it for now. You can't make it out. Huh. Oh, no, it's nothing. Why are your eyes moving about like that, Mr. Wright? Forget about this picture. Better not forget, I guess. Not gonna update the court record, just better not forget. It's a real deal, isn't it? This armor and these weapons. Sure is, pal. Chief doesn't care for imitations. First the pipe organ, now this armor? You know how many taxpayer dollars must have gone into this room? What? You mean we're paying for this? That's it. I'm not paying 1 cent of my taxes. You don't have any taxes to pay. Shh, be careful what you say. Who knows? The chief may be hiding this armor as we speak. I don't think he'd fit in there. Even if he did, he'd never be able to get back out. But now, you guys don't know how scary that guy can be. Yeah. You can see pretty far from 15 stories up. If you were to drop... I swear I didn't hit the button. First, the chief wanted to use the stained glass for his window. Why didn't he? They say he changed his mind. Because he wouldn't be able to see the view. No. Stained glass or not, it's a huge window. For the organ, I guess. Chief's organ sure is a sight to behold. Occasionally we hear him playing it from the criminal affairs department. It's on the 2nd floor, and this is the 15th floor of an entirely different building. When a detective screws up, the chief calls them to his office. It makes them listen to the organ for hours. What's so bad about that? Music soothes the soul. After that, the detective can't hear anything for days except for the ringing in their ears. So it's an instrument of punishment, literally. But aren't the chief's ears affected? He never listens to anyone anyway. Besides the point. Alright. Look at that giant window. Makes you want to crash through it and jump outside. This is the 15th floor. I know, I was just saying. Saying what? Ever since making Detective, I've always dreamed about doing something like that. Note to self, Detective Gumshoe has a lot of dreams, so long as he doesn't go crashing through that window. When he gets fired. Don't say that! These shelves are mostly empty. Lana must have cleaned them out when she transferred over to the prosecutor's office. There's a small picture frame on the left shelf. Hey, this is when Lana and I went to that theme park. This was on his desk. I'm sure it's tidy. Lana always been a meticulous cleaner. There's not even any dust on it. Looks like someone's still keeping it clean. Has Lana ever come back here? No. Chief Gant must still keep it clean in memory of their partnership. They were the stuff of legends are made of. Did he keep it in memory of her or in memory of the crime? Picture, we've already seen. Taken on that day, 2 years ago. The day that Joe Dark ran out of the questioning room and tried to kill Emma. After receiving his award trophy, Mr. Marshall took a picture here. Then went along with Chief Gant to question Dark. But he never knew he'd be dead in just a few hours later. Do you think? There must be something we're missing, otherwise the game would have booted us out of this room by now. It's the chief was reading before, isn't it? You know when we first came in here? Yeah, it looks like the right side of the form's been torn off. So Mr. Edgeworth's really was only half the whole thing. Something else is bugging me more than that. Hey, look at the back of that form, pal. Back. Yeah, good. Alright. So now we just, I guess, show him stuff until we hit the right one for whatever the leather scrap was. Maybe it matches the other handprint? I don't know. Nothing about the tape, I'm sure. A lot better now. This jar is complete. It only raised another question. What was a piece of it doing in the chief's safe? More importantly, why wasn't there any money in there? Isn't that what safes are for anyways? I have a feeling the outcome of tomorrow's trial just might hinge on this. Glove. Give us something to work with. Yep, lost item. Nobody cares about the screwdriver, but it's definitely going to be the linchpin to this case. They're going to sneeze at us. Oh, hold on. Oh, okay, they want to fingerprint the cloth in the safe. Gotcha. Oh, I knew that. That's the one with the handprint on it, right? Jeez, where's your sense of humor? Okay, so we're going to fingerprint a cloth. Okay, Mr. Wright, let's check for prints. Sprinkle the powder on the cloth. Then once they've been absorbed in the prints, blow the rest away. Are you my mom? I don't have to be told a million times. Alright, let's get this over with. That one seems to be like the strongest. There's definitely a print here, okay. How's that not enough? Yeah, work with me. That's definitely a good print. Okay. Oh. Well. Match found. How can this be? What are Emma's fingerprints doing here? Hey, you found a match? Whose fingerprints were they? Oh, seems the prints are too old. They aren't clear enough to get a match. Oh, that's too bad. I thought they'd be Drake's prints, or Dark's prints. Hey you, over here. What's going on here? Why are that kid's prints doing inside a chief's safe? Don't ask me. Let's just keep this information from Emma for now. Here, maybe we should hold on to this. Piece of cloth folded and added to the court record. Found a Chief Gant's safe, evidence for something, but what? Bears on the sky's prints? Well, was that any help? Of course. It's your ID card. We were able to get some hard evidence. Now, that's not very kind, is it? In other words, if it wasn't for his ID card, he would have been useless. Isn't that right, you in the coat? Eek! Chief Gant! We didn't think you'd be back so soon. Fortunately, I'm a man who believes in signs. As I was walking to my meeting, I happened to look out a window and saw a stray dog run into a pole. Just then, I thought of a certain detective. You mean me, sir? Now then, I'm afraid I'm going to have to ask you all to leave. Yes, sir. Sorry. Oh, you in the coat. Me, sir? Drop off your ID on the way out. You won't be needing it anymore. Sir! Now get out. Yes, sir. We'll be on our way too, then. Wait, you, the one without the spiky hair. Don't go yet. Me, sir? I'd like a word with you. Sir, I'm not a licensed scientific investigator yet. You with the spiky hair, you're free to go. Mr. Wright? Well, that seems perfectly safe to leave her up there alone with him. Look, pal, if I told you once, I told you 1,000 times. The chief's office is off limits. But no, you just had to go sneaking in there like that, didn't you? You said you didn't care anymore if you were fired. Yeah, but I knew it'd be like this. Never would have said it. Now that I've seen the evidence Chief Gant was hiding in his office, I think I'm finally starting to get the picture. But why has she kept eerily silent about it all this time? Anyway, you listening to me? I never tried to smooth things over with the Chief again. Later, pal. After that, I heard from Emma. She said the police wanted to ask her some questions, so she'll be busy for the rest of the day. Oh, February 24th, Detention Center. I see, so the chief asked Emma to come in for questioning. There's no use thinking about it. Tomorrow's the final day in court. I'm committed to doing everything I can to defend you. That's why I'm here. I've already told you all I can. What you've told me over these past couple of days is absolutely nothing. Not a single useful thing. Really? I believe I did mention something quite important. Something I told you right at the beginning. I said that I was the one who stabbed Detective Goodman. You know, I think I finally figured it out. I know who it is that's lurking behind your words. He did a good job mentoring you. I'm rather jealous. Seems Edgeworth was right. Edgeworth? Once you've convinced you know something, no one can persuade you otherwise. Thick-headed is the term he used, I believe. That's my chance to get her to tell me the rest of the story, which we will hear next week, because it is past time, and I don't think this is the type of thing that's probably going to wrap up in like 5 minutes, so, you know. We'll be in suspense. Actually, it might not even be next week, because next weekend I'm going to karaoke on Saturday. 6 straight hours, so it depends on how well my voice is on Sunday. It's possible we do this. It's also possible we do something with less narrating, because my throat might hurt. But, you know. If not, then the weekend after, for sure. It might be 2 weeks in suspense. Ooh, boy. Yeah, obviously, thank you all for tuning in. Thank you all for watching. Good heckin' times. Many good cases. We have ourselves a monster, a cool, a disco. And, yeah. Tomorrow, Labyrinth. Tuesday, starting early, Final Fantasy XIV. Thursday, not starting early. Gonna brace my hands for Strive. And Friday, Monster Hunter. Saturday will be taken off for the aforementioned karaoke. And we can finish this with an obvious... Addiction! Yeah, gotta have it. Yeah, thank you all for tuning in. Thank you all for watching. This has been Viper for Viperland. I'll see you all next time.